Good morning and welcome to another Escape to Nature. And you're here with myself, Alex, in Okakuyo. And a rather peaceful morning indeed here in Okakuyo. Just taking the time just to appreciate just how clear it is, really. And there are a number of things that are in the distance, and we'll go and take a look at them just now. Yet to see the Egyptian geese, I think taking the time to enjoy a little sleep in and some rest this Saturday morning. Of course, a happy Saturday to all of you that have tuned in. And of course, this is also a live and interactive experience. So if you have any questions, comments, things you'd like to know, points of interest, or anything really that is on your mind, let us know. It is fantastic when we do get to interact with you, and of course it is also your journey into the African wilderness with us. So do send those through. But a rather peaceful start to the morning here in Okakuyo, and I'm going to zoom in because it's quite interesting. I think a little bit cool today. I'm sure we'll see the clouds build up later on this afternoon. A bit windy. There are a few zebra, some springbuck, and the zebra were resting just now. There's one that is still on the ground, as you can see there on the left. Two others are up and at it. So just quite cool. A number of springbuck off in the distance. So really nice that we've got a number of different animals. And there was the wildebeest that was also resting. So I'm going to try and find him as well. Make sure that we have noted everyone that is kind of in attendance at the moment. There's the wildebeest coming through. So the wildebeest just starting to show himself. And of course, it actually looks like 4 zebra that are here. 2 resting, as I said, others grazing, so perhaps we'll get them closer to us. I'll come down and have a drink at some point as well. But lovely to have all those springbuck littered across the tree line there. Kind of a sprinkling of them at the moment. Just interesting to see. So of course, I think a little bit cool, so the animals taking advantage of that cooler weather at the moment. I'm going to zoom back out and hopefully they will come through and join us. Morning, Crystal. Yes, we are ready for anything and happy that you are too. And hopefully the zebra and the wildebeest will come join us as well as the springbuck. We did have lovely sightings of the springbuck yesterday all around the camera, and of course that lovely sighting of the black rhino. But of course can't script anyone. You just have to be patient and wait to see what does unfold. But it does seem that even the little grebe hasn't decided to pop its face out just yet. So we're kind of waiting to see what does transpire with regards to the bird life as well. And windy really at the moment. So a nice breeze, I'm sure, for anything that is around. So I think it's time just to have a little pan around here, see if nothing else has decided to pop its head out just yet, perhaps even resting. But we'll just have to wait and see really what is going on. So apologies there. Just one or two things going on with the audio, but nice to hear some of those European bee eaters. have to monitor for now, but it does seem okay. And I'll check Juma. It was fine but previously. Yeah. So at the moment, it seems to have stabilized completely. I can see is that Wildebeest bull. Oh no, it's just dropped again. So now it's gone silent. I can't hear anything. So bouncing around, but nothing stable. Still just bouncing.
Okay, Nadine says I must just do a little bit of a talk here. Okay, Nadine, I hope you guys can hear me all right. So we've just framed up on something here. I hope you guys can get it at least. I don't know what's going on that side, but we have a sweet thorn over here. They're looking really, really nice and healthy at the moment with those fresh leaves. And they are flowering at the moment, so lots of pollen in the air. Luckily, we're not affected by pollen, but I know BK is pretty badly affected by the pollen. And this Liebenbosch Flats area has got so many sweet thorns out here. We've had some incredible giraffe sightings over the years here. Yeah, and the elephants haven't been here for a while. It's strange. They usually come this way and feed on these trees. There's a lot of debris out here, so you can see they have been here previously. I wonder how those jackal pups are doing. Yeah, I haven't seen them in such a long time, but I'm sure they're pretty big now. And the secretary bird. The YR doesn't allow me to select so far in advance here. But I can see 33 at 2 o'clock, so around about 33 degrees, not too bad.
For the past 2 weeks, that's been the average.
Okay.
It's been insane.
No, February is going to be horrible. And then we'll head off towards winter after that. All crying for summer. Okay. Hey Nadine, I hope you guys can hear. I don't know what exactly is going on there. I hope you can see that sweet thorn. It's a lacquer little bush, isn't it? Very pretty. Have a look at those leaves. Tell me those leaves don't look juicy if you are a browser. They look really good. Yeah, very, very pretty plants. I see some of them have actually got the pods at the moment. They're growing some pods. And, yeah, when I did my course, we used to eat the pods. They're very rich in protein. A lot of the animals will eat the pods as well. Giraffes love it, and when the pods hit the ground, warthogs will even go for them, and bush pig and things like that. Very interesting, eh? It's a really beautiful plant. I enjoy them. Sweet thorn. There's some other plants here in Liebenbosch Flats that are also quite cool. There's the needlebush that grows out here. It's also quite a cool plant. You can actually do acupuncture with needlebush and a local anesthetic. Sweet thorn, I don't know what the medicinal uses are. Yeah, antibiotic. Yeah, that's right. Eh? Sweet thorn has got antibiotics in the...
No problem, Nadine. Back on Okakuyo. Again, it seems to have stabilized. Our wildebeest bull has come out in the open. The wind's still up a bit, but it does seem like we have stabilized to some degree. Otherwise, just windy. The Egyptian geese seem to be out and about now. And one or two weavers. Otherwise, a rather calm day. I think still some springbuck off in the distance as well. No problem. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Alrighty. Well, everyone, thank you again for joining us on Escape tonight. Well, once again, everyone, happy Saturday to you. And, of course, welcome to Escape to Nature with myself, Alex, here in Okakuyo. And apologies from our end. We did just have a few audio issues that have now been rectified, it seems. But it is fortunate that we also have that wonderful wildebeest bull that has decided to come out of the thicket. I'll try to get a bit closer to him, although the wind is a bit hectic. So it might mean that we're a bit unstable. So we'll just have to monitor that and how close we can actually get in on him. Looks like a springbok as well has joined him. Good numbers of springbok as well as those 4 zebra that were around earlier too. So we'll just have to wait and see. I might have to come back out again. I'll just monitor how stable the camera is with this wind. But lovely that the wildebeest bull is in the area. Of course, nice to have that springbok just behind him too. Nice bird audio with regards to those European bee-eaters that are calling as well. A number of other things. I did also notice that the Egyptian geese have stirred. They are awake. So we'll also check in with them. We'll do our roll call, see that everyone is present. But otherwise, once again, for those of you that have tuned in, of course, this is a live and interactive experience. So do get your questions, your comments, points of interest, anything that you really want to know about. And if there's anything you want to see, we'll try our best to either show you that or, of course, just touch further on any points that we have mentioned. But this is your escape and your safari into the African wilderness. So make sure that your fingers are ready and those questions and comments are being sent through. There was some audio of the red-billed spur fowl as well, just in the distance. We haven't been able to show you to them just yet. They are rather small. And I think they kind of hang around more in camp than anything else. They do enjoy the undergrowth and that too. So if we do ever find them foraging, we'll make sure to show you them as well. But at the moment, I should just have wildebeest bull and the springbok, although quite far away, but nice to have them in frame. So just spending a little quiet moment here on a Saturday morning. Just enjoying having these two mammals with us. Of course, we aren't sure what will come throughout the rest of the day. But nice that these guys are with us now anyway. And just pleasant. One or two doves coming through the frame right now. Good morning, Tina. Yes, it really is fantastic to see how green it is. Of course, also really such a polar opposite to what it was a few months ago. It looked almost Martian. Just zooming back out again, let's see who might have joined us at the water. Of course, just to keep tabs on anything else that is going on. Nice to see that the springbok are getting closer. Yesterday we had some wonderful sightings of them as well. So I'm hoping that trend continues. Let's just see if we can't pick up on where those Egyptian geese were. They were on this side, kind of close to the shade line. Doesn't look like any swimming lessons have commenced just yet. Couple of springbok also quite far in the distance there along the tree line. Blacksmith lapwing as well is in frame. Can't seem to see them at the moment, so we'll just have to wait for them to show up. They inevitably will. I'm just not sure at what time. Just also taking the opportunity just to have a little scan around the water's edge, see who else might be around. Does look like our juvenile Adam Stork is back. He's been around for the last few days. I'm saying interesting because they normally are in flocks, so it's quite cool to have it around anyway. They is some seasonal movement that does go on with them, as well as a migratory pattern as well. Are noted to have two separate kind of populations that do move about. But there would be intra-African migrants if that is the case. There's a yellow-billed egret there as well. If he does turn around, I think kind of just taking the sun on its back, warming up at the moment, facing into the wind too. But, you can just notice on the face there on the front, the reason why is a juvenile is because of that lack of blue that we seen there. Just before its eyes on its bull. Quite cool to see anyway. And that probably gives you a better idea as to what I'm talking about. So we're looking for a little bit of pink and quite a light blue, almost like that turquoisey blue of a helmeted guinea fowl. That kind of coloration on its face then when they are adult. Slowly starting to get there. So breeding and non-breeding plumage too. But this is a juvenile. And just come back out again. It is a bit shaky with the wind, so nice to get a little glimpse. But better to watch footage that is stable. Of course, a number of the egrets that are around, they do kind of trail after the springbok as well, picking up any invertebrates and that are disturbed by them grazing about too. So pretty rudimentary, that grazing pattern. Definitely not a grid line or anything linear. But cool to see that going on and that interaction. So for now, we're still waiting on those Egyptian geese to pop out. Quite cool just to have that wildebeest in frame too. So just going to sit here, listen to some of the bird sound, and just enjoy Okakuya for what it is for now. So just a peaceful little interlude. Nice to just get that audio of the weavers. A couple of doves flying about too. One or two springbok that are also in frame and moving closer to us. But otherwise, just enjoying the grazing wildebeest for now. Hi Sandy, effectively it is weather change that does cause those migrations. They are obviously seasonal, coming from summer into winter, or kind of following summer really, if you want to call it that, in particular with those that migrate from far away. So the Amur falcons, the steppe buzzards, or common buzzards now as they are referred to, European rollers, the swallows, redback shrike, the European bee-eaters, all kind of following summer. To some degree, the intra-African migrants as well, kind of tracking the rainy seasons and abundance of insect life as well. So it's really food and the abundance of food that kind of triggers and keeps those migrations alive, as well as those insect numbers in that under control. So it is really weather and climate that does then dictate migrations. And same would then also be for those eastern white-bearded gnu wildebeest up in East Africa. That East African migration that does go on there. Following the rains and the green grasses. Wildebeest are privy and love short grass. The short grass being rather nutritional as well, so kind of green shoot. Much like one that is feeding just above of us now, though. That is a brindle gnu. But the same kind of food item on their diet. Couple of starlings calling too. Neve starling. It's been a very awesome start here today. Lots of action kind of going on. The zebra have moved off. Wildebeest has hung around for us. And with all this action, it's time to go and see what action is happening. And also to say good morning in Amakhala to Andrew and Morgan.
Good morning everybody, and welcome to a nice cool morning out here in the Eastern Cape in Amakhala. Hope you're all doing very well today. And we started off with these two young jackals lying in the middle of the road. How cool is that? I presume it's the same jackal that we watched growing up in the den site. Hopefully it is. Hello again, my name is Andrew and I have Mr. Morgan behind the camera. Hope you're all doing very, very well today. We're excited to be out. Yeah. Look at this young jackal just enjoying the warmth. I think a little bit of warmth from the road here. Wow, look at that, eh? Just getting up, moving off to the side. And they've just gone behind the bush. You're just going to see if they're going to pop out or if they're going to stop and lie over there. I think they're lying down there. Oh, the second one is up. Okay, I think they might just pop out on the other side here. We're just going to just see through the bush before I actually start. Otherwise, they might just run off. Shame. I'm looking at them through the bush and they're looking at me through the bush as well. Yo. Okay. Okay. Alright, sorry. Hey Sandy, good morning to you. Thanks. It is quite a nice start. I haven't seen these jackals in a bit of time. And if my presumption is correct, and they are the jackal pups that we watch grow up, it's just nice to see them because they're quite big now. I think they have laid just behind the bush. I'm just going to start and see if we can't just angle in here.
Standing there.
Is it standing there? Okay. One is standing. Okay, so I'm just going to start. And we'll just go nice and slowly. There we go, look at that. Such a beautiful face, eh? Yeah, my goodness, if yeah, these jackal pups have grown up so quickly. It's just unbelievable how quickly they do grow. There we go, still full bellied and quite good condition. It's nice to see them like this. Morgan, shall I back up a bit? See if you get them there. Okay, we're just going to back up, reverse a bit. And there they are. Okay, it seems like they might move around a little bit. And they're actually not too far from where they were denning when they were growing up. And I think most likely they are probably going to take a portion of the adults, the parents' territory, just to enhance their survival. And you can imagine if these jackal pups go into, because they're still quite young. Oh, what have you got in your mouth there? Okay. They're still quite young, so for them, when they do go fully independent of the adults, to go into a territory of other jackals, you know, they're still quite young and inexperienced, and they just might not be able to hold ground. And so often enough, just like leopards do, they will just take a portion of the adult's territory, especially with those females. That's with leopard, but with jackals, it's any of them, any of the sexes. And they're going to be fully independent from those adults between 6 months and a year. Can you believe that? It has been recorded where as early as 6 months, jackals have become independent of the adults. And of course, by 2 years, they're going to be breeding themselves. I think the best way to describe jackal is probably smart, is one of the words I would use, and cunning. They are quite cunning animals. Whenever there's a kill and a predator on a kill, you usually find that jackals are nearby and they just wait for that little gap. Shame, they are very vigilant. They're constantly looking around. If you watch jackal, they're always looking around. Their eyesight is actually very good. And so they're definitely going to need to spot their competitors out there. So they have a lot of competitors actually. It's going to be either jackal, brown hyena, leopard, lion, cheetah to a degree, but I have noticed jackals are not very afraid of cheetah. And if a cheetah makes a kill, jackal often just goes straight in there. They don't even ask questions, they just go straight in there. And a cheetah sometimes says, it's better for me just to let them have it, rather than maybe getting into a fight and getting bitten by these jackals. And they do have quite strong bites, believe it or not, because they do eat a lot of insects. Morning, Pam. Yeah, if it is the same jackal pups, which I'm pretty sure it is absolutely amazing to see how well they're doing. Only seen 2 of them. There were 4, but you never know, maybe they're around here. I don't think they're enjoying the breeze too much. They're just looking for a place maybe to lie down. Shame, they've gyroed all the way behind us. I'm just going to back up just a little bit. Okay, just make sure I don't reverse into a bush like I did earlier on. Okay, they might just lie on the road here. I hope they do. Look at this. They're so close to us. Oh man, this one's right in front of us now. Hello. What a beautiful animal you are. You can see their saddles on their back are starting to form quite nicely. Not quite sure why they changed their name from saddleback jackal to blackback jackal. I think saddleback jackal suits them very well. This is the only jackal species we get out here, but we do get Cape fox. Sometimes is seen out here. I haven't seen Cape fox, and also we have seen bat-eared fox out here, but no side-striped jackal or anything like that out here, like up north in the Sabi Sands. Go. Just picking up a bit of a scent there. Don't know what it smelt there. Often there are mice that are habitating out here in Leeuwenbush Flats area. I've actually seen them catch a mouse. What you got there, bud? Got something, a small insect. Could have been a toktoki beetle. I'm not sure, but I have seen them eat quite a lot of the toktoki beetles. Almost like a dung beetle, but also very different. They do eat scorpions as well. And termites, especially elates, which are flying termites. They'll actually jump as high as they can into the air. See if they can't grab one. I've seen that a few times. And let me tell you, jackal can really jump quite high. Okay, so it seems like they're going into the bush there. Ronnie, how long can jackal tails be? So it's a good few centimeters. I should think it's well over 30 centimeters. It's a very, very bushy tail. And quite a heavy tail. Helps him to change direction quite quickly. Having a nice heavy bushy tail, much like a cheetah. And they can change, or they can be quite agile. Because at the end of the day, they do go after impala lambs and other lambing animals or calving animals. And they need to be very agile because those young animals, they really can run. I don't know if you've ever seen young impalas run, but man, oh man, they are very agile, and young springbuck as well. So just for now, it seems like they are out of sight. You still see them there, Morgan? No. They've just gone out of sight here. I think let me just start up and go a little bit forward in this gap here and just see if we can't see them there. Yeah, there is a bit of a dip over here. There they are there. There's a little bit of a dip there that they're in at the moment. It's going to be a little bit tricky. I just want to see if we can't see them, but they are in a dip. It's quite difficult to see them at the moment. Dip in the land. Okay, we're going to carry on a bit. Let's go over to Alex in Ukukuyo in the meanwhile.
Thanks, Andrew, and some lovely scenes with those jackal pups. Very cool to see them nice and grown up. I'm just trying to find out where our wildebeest bull got off to. There he is, sleeping again. I must just correct myself. It is in fact the west white-bearded the western white-bearded gnu that migrates throughout the Serengeti ecosystem, the eastern, throughout Tarangire, also in Tanzania, found also up into Amboseli, and that in Kenya too. And there's a third population, one around Kafue in Zambia, that also does migrate, but of course, with those migrations, it does coincide or have been disrupted by a number of other factors. So it is rather interesting. But from one resting gnu to something very awesome happening in Djuma, and we're off to the Sabi Sands to see what exactly that is. So here we go, and what an awesome sighting. It's rather mobile lions, and please do correct me, anyone who has tuned in and doesn't know of the pride. They are apparently the Talamati breakaway pride. Lovely to see them. First time I've had lions on camera here, and of course nice to see them out in the day, and of course mobile as well. So very cool. It's going to be interesting to see how this all unfolds. Very awesome. Females leading up the back, or heading up the back there. Some of the youngsters taking up the front. It looks like they're going to pass just in front of camp. Hopefully they'll come down to the water and drink for us. So I'm also told that if we do notice any blood on them, these Talamati breakaways did steal an impala kill from a leopard this morning on drive. So we're just going to keep an eye out for that. Of course, one impala for a pride of lion this size won't exactly go too far, but we'll definitely keep the wolves at bay. Really awesome. Lovely to see lions up and mobile. Of course, they do generally sleep. You're going to just have to bear with me now because they're going to go behind the tree. And when that happens, we'll just wait for this last one just to come through. Lovely and full though, as you can see. Really spectacular. What a lovely sighting. So we're going to try and follow them as best as possible. As I said, I'm sure we're going to go past camp and behind this tree. So like with other things that do go behind the tree, we sometimes lose them. We'll just have to wait and see. Perhaps they're going to rest up in the drainage line as well. So give me a second here. Here we go. So coming right past camp. And I think heading to this little water. Here we go. Let's get in here. So quite often after feeding, lions do like to then quench their thirst. It does help with their digestion. They are known to just about eat everything, so fur and all. So it will help them. So let's just see. I'm hoping they do pop out. It's a bit clearer of an area so we can see their faces. But lovely, lovely to see. So some sub-adults, of course, some females that are with them. It looks like 3 females from here. Really massive size. The youngsters looking like they're the thirsty ones. What a sighting. What a way to get our morning underway. So that first female heading off kind of into the drainage line. This other one coming here with the youngsters. And unfortunately, the bush is in the way. Otherwise, we'd have a very nice sighting of their faces right now. But really lovely. All rather gorgeous, as you can see. Very big stomachs at the moment. And I'm sure with that, it means that some shade is going to be taken. Yes, Rose Candy, really what a treat. First time to have lions for me at least. And really awesome. At least here in Djuma, first time lions. So really awesome. And I do think they're probably going to start to head off into the shade now. With those very full stomachs, having had some water. Resting up and sleeping. Kind of that food baby off is probably on the cards. So really awesome. Lovely to see. And quite attentive to what else is going on here. So just pay attention. These guys obviously are the closest right now. Once they all start to get a bit more mobile, we'll follow them for as far as possible. And I'm sure they are going to be resting up quite close to us. So we'll just have to wait and see. Might mean that activity of anything else is kind of subdued, but who cares if there are lions around? Good to know that they do walk past these parts as well. At least in the day.
We had the S8 mail with them earlier this morning with Cedric, so maybe he must.
So what would be fantastic, apparently the S8 male was with them earlier, and he is rather impressive. So it'll be fantastic if he does join up with them. We'll have to just keep tabs. But more than likely is the case. Let's just see where they kind of head off to, because that drainage line does mean and we might lose them. The last lioness just keeping tabs on what else is going on. It looks like they're heading into the drainage though. I'm hoping they do pop out. It looks like they're actually going to the water's edge here. So we'll join them here. This will be a far nicer sighting. Definitely a bit more visible now. Definitely with some blood on their faces. So I'm getting a bit of a fright there from the one sub adult. Really awesome. Nice audio also with the Woodlands Kingfisher. You can see them doing that characteristic cat pose and drink, lapping the water backwards with those tongues. So kind of shooting their tongue out and then pulling it back in. A little bit jittery. And nice to see this interaction as well with the family. That's adult. So tail in the water. Not so sure that'll be the most comfortable for it. Lions don't generally like water, but I suppose after having a full belly and a lovely breakfast, the water's probably quite cooling too, so I'll just wait to see what goes on. So I'm sure that other lioness might come through and join them as well. They really are impressive, these females too. Lovely big build and structure. Of course, very healthy at the moment. I think making a beeline towards the shade. Hi Yolanda, at the moment we haven't heard anyone sense them. There'll be alarm calls if they do. And of course if they do stumble upon them, or if the wind blows in the right direction, they'll then also know about it and be rather wary too. So at the moment it doesn't seem like much is around, because these guys are in the open, and if there was anyone looking in, there would definitely be alarm calls as well. So currently no monkeys or anything either calling or alarm calling. Might be the odd bird that does maybe start once they get into the thickets now. It does seem that that is the case. I think looking for some shade to rest up in the day. I just want to come out again. I just want to see if we can't locate that other female. Kind of have the direction of the other. does mean that perhaps S8 male and Bali male might also come through as well at some point. So that would be fantastic. Be lovely to get him on damn camera as well. And let's just get into the thicket because it looks like this shade line is possibly where they're going to be resting up. The female also having a little look around. You can see her going quite deep into the bush there. So you can see where those sub-adults are. I just want to track where she's going. This will be good just to have an idea as to what is going on. There's a road up there as well, so it's quite possible that they do hit that too. I think getting into the real thick stuff is probably first port of call. It looks like that is the idea at least. So she's gone into that really thick clump right here. One or two of the other sub-adults have also moved in there, and there's another few that are just out in the shade, kind of on the water's edge. So they'll probably be the best ones to watch now. It looks like they've also got up. There's one or two. There's still one down here. The other's heading into this thick clump. So what we'll do, because I think this is probably going to be their area for the day and afternoon, but resting in the shade, definitely the highest thing on the agenda right now. So the last one that is visual at the moment, that we do have visual of, sitting right here, nice in the open, but obviously in the shade. I'm sure with a little bit of breeze as well, that's also going to be quite fantastic for them, just to lie and rest up, kind of just work off that meal from earlier. Just a lovely moment appreciating this sub-adult line of the Talamati breakaways. I think a young male as well. Maybe the others have all moved off into the thicket. S8 is not with them at the moment. So we'll just have to wait some time. Can also just pan around and check for him too. But possible he's just resting up as well at the moment, with it being rather warm and getting rather warm. Hi, John D. It's not uncommon for this to happen. Of course, picking up the shade, enjoying the breeze. Everyone's rather full at the moment too, and they clearly are rather comfortable in the area as well. So, it's not uncommon for them to intersperse a little bit. It doesn't mean that they are going to lie kilometers away from each other, but definitely a couple of meters as well. That might change throughout the course of the day too. They kind of link up with each other or go and join others. This one might go and join the others that went off into that thicket. Maybe one or two of the others might come join him. Looks like a him, at least from here. A young him, I'm not too sure. Grass is kind of the way, and I'm at the full extent of our view. But, yeah, so it's not uncommon that this does happen when they do rest up after a kill, even when they are resting up in a day either. They're kind of maximizing on some free space too sometimes. Also, nice to just capitalize on the shade as well. A nice breeze for them. So we're just keeping track of where these lionesses and last sub-adults are moving off to. All into this thicket that is here. So a number of trees that are there. Looks like a russet bush willow, some guaribos, a number of others. I think we will lose visual of them now. Can kind of make out where they are just by watching that shadow line. It is rather thick in there, so clearly that is where they've decided it's going to be coolest and best for them to lay up. Doesn't mean that we won't get a sighting of them later on. I'm sure they might be thirsty again at some point, but probably closer towards the afternoon, maybe even this evening only. But they are in this thicket here. And we are yet to see S8, so he might come join them as well at some point. Some hornbills calling. I'm going to just have a little pan and scan around. Let's just see if we can't pick up and see if S8 has also moved in. Going to move a bit quickly. Not coming through here. What we'll do is come the other side, because those lions are going to be enjoying the shade. They all came through this direction here, so it's quite possible that he's also around, but possibly somewhere within the thicket line here in the bush. I haven't been given a location on him just yet. They all came out of this direction, so I'm sure he's around somewhere, and clearly close enough for any vocals that might go on later. So I'll just come back. Clearly no movement just yet. Keep a tab on that though. Be lovely to see him as well on camera. And what we'll do is we'll probably just sit here and see if there isn't any movement that does happen here. But my feeling is that the lions are deep in the shade right now. Might get one or two maybe with an ear flutter or so, but it's rather thick. So I'm thinking they're on the other side of this thicket. And much like with the elephants, here 1 second and gone the next. You wouldn't even know that there were lions here present if you only just got to the waterhole. So, interesting dynamics, lovely to see. Of course, a fantastic start to Escape to Nature today. Lovely to have lions, had some jackals across in Amakhala, zebra, wildebeest, and springbok up in Okakuyo and Etosha, as well as that juvenile Abdom stork. And lovely bird audio as well throughout the course. So really interesting. Nice day anyway. I think it's going to be rather a scorcher across here in Sabi Sand. So safe to assume that these lions aren't going to be doing too much moving around right now. I think perhaps maybe this evening back at the water. We'll just see. Keep a tab out for an ear and eye out also for the S8 in Bali male. What we'll also do for the moment is also just check in to see if the Egyptian geese are around. It'll be quite interesting to see because we've had large numbers of impala around of late as well. So, of course, lions are opportunistic, and if there is the opportunity to perhaps attempt a hunt on something, there might be something interesting to watch at some point too. But Egyptian geese are back out. You can just see the two here and those blacksmith lapwings. So they're what is giving us a little bit of attention right now. like a breach of something. There could be barbel in the water. So that kind of size of breach, really. Let's see if nothing else has come through on this side. Terrapins aren't out the water just yet. The geese have kind of also gone behind some foliage, so we'll just have to wait for that. What we will do then, we'll just sit here, and it is quite possible that the lions could move. So let's have a look. I'll just have to try and pick up on movement if there is any. But rather thick throughout, so it's going to be rather tough. If they do move off and away from us, we will definitely not be able to see them again, but a fantastic sighting nonetheless. It was really awesome having them around. So the lions seem to have gone into the thicket to rest up for the course of the day, or at least morning. And it's time for us to go and say good morning to Nick in Kariega.
And good morning from Kariega Game Reserve, here in the windy Eastern Cape. My name is Nick, I'm going to be your photo naturalist for today. And yeah, we've got some very blustery, windy conditions today. I'm sure you can see the grasses in the foreground are moving all over the place. And we've got a lovely group of impala here to start off our drive. So remember, with it being so windy today, they've come up to these open areas because they can't hear as well. So that's going to afford them the chance to scan around, spot any potential threats. But we'll definitely see them kind of running around and shifting positions pretty quickly, just because they are going to be a little bit antsy, a little jittery today. Can't blame them. And what a lovely view that we've got, looking all the way across over all of these different ridge lines. Stunning view. So you can see the thicket that we've got just on the right hand side here. Very, very dense. So you can see why these impalas would not want to go down into those thickets there. The possibility of an ambush is very high there. So by staying in these open areas up here, they can definitely gain an extra second or two of spotting something before it spots them. Eddie, morning my man. Unfortunately for them, no, they're not good at climbing. They're only semi-adaptable at climbing when a leopard takes them up the tree. But no, the simple answer would be no. Impala are not designed for climbing. They've got a good burst of speed. At full tilt they're probably running 70 kilometers an hour or somewhere along there. But unfortunately for them, they are not climbers. The leopard's going to be our only real climber that we do have. See if I can lift it up a little bit just so you can see the background here. Alright, so just in advance to everybody, I do apologize if there's any little bits of shaking going on. I've set my tripod up as sturdily as possible, but the wind is absolutely busting today. But we've got to do what we can. So you can see all these impala are looking very alert today. If there's any type of noise that they're not quite sure of, I'm sure if one of them kind of runs, it's going to send that ripple effect through the whole herd. But in terms of strategizing their position of where they are, I feel like they've done really well. That thicket that we can see behind them continues all the way down to the right, down into the valley, and that would not be a good place to go. There is a nice waterhole not too far away from them here if they are wanting to have a drink. And you can see in and amongst the herd we've got a variety of males, we've got females, we've got young males. So a little bit of this and a little bit of that. But what a lovely background behind them. So nice to be able to get a good sort of idea of the environment that they're in here. So we did have some very, very dark clouds to start the day off. Kind of seems like this big wind that we've got is helping to blow them away, which is a good thing for us. Maybe not so good for the bush, as a lot of the mud wallows could definitely use a good dousing of rain, a good 30-40 mils of rain just to re-stimulate them, soften up that mud and obviously accumulate a little bit of water there. See, the other members are coming to join the herd running along here. Okay, I think before we get blown over here, we're going to take you across to Alex and Okukuyo.
So rather a fantastic sighting with our lions. And back here, it looks like 2 wildebeest. But it is time for us to check back in there because some interesting dynamics going on with lions and another friend in Djuma. And of course, now back in Djuma. And there's some elephants that have just kind of walked in and buzzed in on those lions. The lions did start roaring. There's also thought that S8 is in the area as well. really where the elephants are right here. So they were kind of downwind, or upwind from the lions. And it was a small little breeding herd, but they are in the thick stuff. So it's going to be quite hard to pick up on, but we'll have to just listen to some of the audio. A little bit of contact calling going on between what I'm thinking is the lionesses, and perhaps just looking for where S8 is. But with it being rather thick, those elephants are going to disappear rather quickly into here, and they've probably moved off over the ridge line. Let us just come back out, and we'll try to pick up on any movement that is going on. It is rather thick where they all did move into. So again, I think the sub-adults are still in that thicket where we were just looking right now. And the elephants, I think, have pushed over that ridge. So I'm just panning around to have a little look and see if there aren't any other elephants that have come through. There's a bird of prey, it seems, quite far away. I'm not too sure we'll be able to get a visual of that. So we'll just leave it for now. But just looking to see if there isn't any other movement and some elephants coming through. As I said, a rather small breeding herd. And a bit of trumpeting and roaring also going on from the lions. But the lions call or roar more contact than anything else. Would have been a bit more snarly and growly if they weren't too happy, but they would have also pushed off from those ellies. So it didn't seem that they moved. I think they held their ground and the ellies moved off. But as I said, rather thick, and getting a visual of that going to be very tough with this greenery and foliage that is all through here. Of course, always amazing watching the interaction between different species, and in particular lions and elephants. Sometimes there's a bit of a standoff, otherwise they both kind of separate or move off. I don't think that elephant herd being that big, that they would have been happy to hang around there for too long. I'm sure they pushed off first, and the lions capitalized on all of the vegetation around there and kind of being hidden within it. Amazing how everything can go off like Guy Fawkes, and one moment be absolutely quiet again, and we just have the bird audio. So quite awesome, lovely scenes, cool interactions going on. It does seem to have quietened down a bit. It seems like the action has died down. It really did pop off like Guy Fawkes or Diwali for a second or so. Lions contact calling and roaring, elephants trumpeting, and a bit of racket really going on. And it's all quietened down now, but it's very thick where everyone is. And maintaining a visual, obviously being a static camera, kind of impossible for this right now. We'll just have to keep an eye out and an ear out as well throughout the course of the day. But I think it's time for us to go and check in again, see what's going on with our wildebeest in Okakuyo. As I said, all quietening down up there, or down there in the Sabi Sands, down from here, very southeast of this. However, our wildebeest bull has been joined by another. It's also quite windy here, so try get as good a glimpse really while the two of them do graze. I'm going to come back out. This wind is really playing with us a bit. But nice to see those two wildebeest. They're off in the distance for now. I'm going to just zoom back. Hopefully some of the springbok are going to come join us as well. Acacia pied barbet calling off in the distance. So just keeping tabs on what's going on in the distance right now. Not too much else really. The zebra moving quite far away it seems for now. Hopefully they'll come through and join us at some point for a drink. European bee-eaters calling too. And those wildebeest still off in the distance. Lots of Acade bar ships at the moment, or barbets at the moment. Nice to hear them. It's got a very cool call, rather raucous. But fantastic to listen to them anyway. I have mentioned in the past that they are the most widely distributed or spread of the barbet species we do find here in southern Africa. So very cool to hear them. Nice to just be able to pick up that audio as well. So the lapwing's still calling. And we haven't really had much of a glimpse of the Egyptian geese family yet. So eyes peeled for them. Did get a little glimpse earlier, but they seem to have also taking refuge away from the wind. So from some quiet scenes here in Okakuya, it's time for us to go and see some busier scenes in Amakhala with Andrew and Morgan.
Thanks very much, Alex. We've managed to get onto the plains here, and we've got a few species of animals sitting and nestled nicely in the grass there. There's a black wildebeest, and then just behind, further on, is 3 springbuck, it looks like. Just nice to see them in this open environment. Just amazing how they do actually blend in. Camouflage really does work very well out here, even in these exposed areas. You know, these plains game antelopes, they can really blend in very well. Now, we have been looking for the pride of lions. They're not too far from this area, and I think it's probably one of the reasons why this wildebeest has decided to lie right in the middle of this vastly open area. And hopefully he's going to see any problems before they get too close from there. But he is a very territorial individual, and they often sit right in the middle of the plains just to show themselves off, have a little squiz around for predators, and then also for any breeding groups or roaming herds coming through. Definitely a very powerful looking animal. Formidable is the best way to describe them. And yeah, black wildebeest, you don't really want to mess with them. They're very, very powerful animals with quite a lot of force, a lot of power. And they have been known to kill small predators before, historically. So leopard and cheetah need to be careful with black wildebeest. And of course, lions will make short work of a wildebeest, especially a pride of lions. Just trying to think where the nearest water hole is here, because territorial black wildebeest do like to hang around the watering holes. Adam, hello, hello. Yes, yeah, all species of animals, whether it be big, small, terrestrial or flying, they're going to have their preferred habitats, 100%. And definitely for safari guides, when they become guides, they're going to learn to get into the habitats for the animals, because of course they're going to get requests. They're going to have people coming from all over the world. Some of them, most of them, being first-time safari goers, have never seen any animals in the wild, and they want to see all sorts of things. And it's all very well just driving around looking for the animals. And you might bump into a couple here and there if you're lucky. But if you can understand their habitats and get into their habitats, it's definitely going to increase your chances of seeing them. And Adam, there's various types of habitats out here. What you're looking at now is the plains. And I know for people that I've taken out in the past, they get quite confused. What is a plains? It doesn't really make sense. So in safari terms, or in the nature, a plain is an open area. Vastly open with very little shrubbery and bushes, just mainly grass. We have quite a few thicket areas out here, so a lot of animals might be habitat specific in thickets. So bushbuck most particularly are very localized animals within those thickets. And kudu, but kudus do come out the thickets from time to time.
Here at Wild Earth, we know it's not always possible to watch your favorite show live. If catching up on safaris is critical to you, then download the Wild Earth app and watch the catch-ups here first. Catch-ups are available on our app before YouTube, and in addition, there are cut-downs of each show for those who only have time to watch the best bits.
That was incredibly cute.
Download the brand new Wild Earth app today and don't miss out.
Familiar with wildebeest, it can be confusing between the blue wildebeest and black wildebeest. Now there's no blue wildebeest here in Amakhala. We have the black wildebeest out here, but unless you really look at their differences, it can be a little bit tricky. But just by looking at this individual over here, you can see the horns going forward and then curling up, bending upwards. So that's typical with the black wildebeest. Now blue wildebeest, a little bit different. Their horns sort of start to grow out the side of their skull and then go up, straight up. So almost like cow horns, if you will. Very similar way. Whereas the black wildebeest, very different. It's almost like ramming like horns. And then if you had to stand up for us, the first thing you'll notice is a white tail. Then immediately you know you're dealing with a black wildebeest. And blue wildebeest have got the black tail. So there are some obvious differences. Julie, good morning. That is a very good question. Thank you for that. So antelopes are very important in the ecosystem for a few different reasons. The first and foremost is they are going to provide food for predators. So the carnivores, they're going to utilize all those antelopes So they become a food source, which is very important. And then also they are herbivores. Depends on what species of antelope you are looking at. Some of them might eat grass, some of them might eat leaves, some of them might do both. And they become quite good at controlling a lot of the vegetation out here, which is good. Everything that you're seeing out in the bush needs to be controlled. There he is, they're standing up quite nicely now. You can see that beautiful white tail. Very impressive tail, isn't it? So from time to time, you might even call. You hear him GNU. It's a typical sound that they make. That's how they get the previous name, the GNU, referring to the sound that they make, this GNU. By shouting that out in this vastly open area, it's hopefully going to be heard by some of the breeding groups, and they know where he is. And if they're interested to come into this area, then they know that there's going to be a territorial male here, and they could potentially breed with him. Very formidable, as I mentioned earlier. Just look at the body, look at the anatomy. I mean, every single part of their body is just really strong. When he stops licking there, you'll see his neck. Look at that neck. It's almost like a neck doesn't exist there. He just wants to change his position. You might even find that this wildebeest might even go on top of that hill that's just behind him. Not that very far hill, it's a bit far. But this dune, or this elevated piece that's in front here, might even go up there and show himself off. And then also look for predators as well. And then sometimes you'll also notice that when the wildebeest, this black wildebeest, looks around, he might even spot some general animals. And he'll actually choose to go right up to those general animals and stay with them for the safety and numbers factor. Good stuff. We're going to send you back to Alex in Ukukuyo in the meantime.
Thanks, Andrew. And yes, back in Okukuyo, and from black wildebeest to the brindled or blue GNU that is here. We've got two of them, and otherwise not too much else going on. Wind being a bit of a pain at the moment. We can't get as close as we'd like to the wildebeest. So let's just wait and see what else does decide to come join us. Otherwise, a quiet moment. You'll just notice the two of them probably ruminating at the moment. They will get back to grazing as well. And I think at some point with this wind being up, maybe making their way through to a thicket. So we'll just have to wait and see what does go on. But nice to have them in frame. Good to be able to see them anyway. So it's going to take a little moment to listen to the birds' vocals. Enjoy some time with the wildebeest while they are around. a little bit of audio from spur files and that around. Some weavers as well. And just enjoying the wildebeest off there, kind of in between the waterhole and the tree line at the moment. Hi Brandy P, yes, it's awesome just to sit back and relax and watch what does unfold. So, as I said earlier, there were quite a few springbuck. It'd be nice if they also came through. But at the moment, just enjoying the wildebeest for what they are. It'd be nice if they came closer. But we're just going to sit here, as I said, enjoy the sounds of the bird vocals. They're very peaceful right now as well. And just quite cool just to switch off and watch some wildebeest as well. So as I said, a quiet moment being spent at the moment. A couple of the European bee-eaters calling out. They've kind of spread off or out the two of them. I'm not too sure if it's two bulls or if it's a cow that has come to join the bull, or perhaps even two younger males. Who's noted that when they do start to mature and they do start to get their color, which is at around 2 months, the bulls and even the youngsters do start to form kind of sub-adult little herds as well. So interesting just to see. And of course, with them being rather far away, tough to really make out the dynamics of the two of them from here. So we'll just have to wait and see. Hope they'll get closer. And we'll just wait. But also, just enjoy a quiet moment. I'll zoom back out also in a moment or two. Keep a little tab. Otherwise, we'll just come back and spend some time again with the wildebeest. So just going to take the moment to zoom back out for now. Have a little look to see who else is around. There's an egret that is around here too. Just having a little pan around. See what else might be going on. Otherwise, just cool to note the green flush really. There's the little egret there. come back out. And we'll resume our perusal of the wildebeest in the distance. Springbok are getting closer. Once they do, we'll also get a closer view of them. Hi Jackie, thank you very much for your question. So just so we are on the same page, we aren't in South Africa here, we're in Namibia, but in South Africa, I'll get you the accurate number now. There's one or two that I'm just thinking of in my head that might not be here. I just want to also make sure that I give an accurate figure on South Africa, not just Southern Africa too. So roughly in Africa itself, in total, there are around 72, if memory serves correct. But I'm just trying to, in my head, just count quickly. So I am aware of one or two that are around that aren't necessarily from here, but are basically kind of escapees or feral populations as well. So I don't want to include any of those either. I do know what the figure is for the amount of antelope that I found actually within the Kruger Park, and that's quite high at around 21. I did tell you already that the amount of antelope that I found on the African continent is at 72. Also just going through what else there is as well. There's a couple of subspecies as well, so things like mountain rebuck and common rebuck too. And one or two of the Dacre species that might slip through. So let me just make sure. So I'm on 23 now anyway, just by adding Kempsbok and Springbok. (24) with black wildebeest. (26) with mountain reedbuck, as I said. Actually, jokes, no. You'd still be on the same. Another gracebook as well. I'm going to say around 27 species, 27 to 28 species that are found in South Africa. But if you do have a correct number, I'm trying to double check here. To see that I am actually correct too. And in fact, my figure of 72 in Africa is actually incorrect. There are in fact actually 74 African antelope And of that 74, there are actually 56 subspecies as well. And that is from the IUCN. So then being basically the database of endangered animals and species throughout the world too. So then being the most accurate, that Adam Stork has come through as well to join us again. I'm just trying to think if I haven't missed out on one or two of the other maybe smaller Dacre. But red Dacre I did note. Perhaps blue. So I'm going to say around 28. I'm pretty certain that is around what we have in terms of antelope species in South Africa. I've tried to rack my brain, but yeah, if anyone else has a more definitive answer, but I do think 28 is the number of antelope species found in South Africa. Of course, we've got a few really rare antelope as well. So roan, sable, probably the two most iconic and the prettiest of them all, at least in my books. And Yala, obviously, also very pretty. So are kudu, eland too, but it does come down to personal preference as well. But for me, sable being the most elegant and the prettiest of the bunch. I know our colleague Rolf Kirsten enjoys gemsbok. They are also very good looking. And of course, roan, as I said, also a very good looking antelope too. But for me, my favorite is the sable. So we are back in Djuma, obviously, just having a little peer around for any birds of prey that have moved into the area. We did note that there were one or two of them. They had got quite far away. It is quite tough, obviously, to make out birds of prey, just generally, birds in general on dam cam. It's because birds don't like to hang around in frame for very long. So we only really get them when they are quite stationary. I'm going to zoom back out again. They are in the area of exactly where the lions did kind of settle down. Did note that there was some audio as well. And of course the elephants trumpeting too. So it doesn't seem like much has changed. The wind has seemed to have died down a little bit. But I'm sure with that trumpeting and the vocals going on, herbivores that were in the area are perhaps quite aware of it. Just having a little scan around here just to note anything else. Sounds like some red-billed hoopoes are around too. Yet to pick up or see S8 male or Mbali male. He hasn't come through just yet. It might only happen again later this afternoon. Otherwise, just having a little scan around. We'll pick up on some of the bird audio too. Of course, keep a lookout for anything big that does come around. Any shadows moving around in the undergrowth as well. But at the moment, rather quiet.
Back to school week is now drawing to a close. Join James and Cedric for a fireside chat to take a look back at the highlights from a very special week. Sign up to be an explorer and you can join them as they take a look at how important it is to connect our future conservationists to the natural world. Wild Earth Kids, it's in your nature.
So at the moment, we're just taking the time to see if nothing moves throughout the bush. Also, that was kind of, we focused really on the area where the lions did head into, that thicket line there. And apart from the elephant that did walk past Trumpet and then also have that contact call of the lions, we didn't have anything else really popping up through now. But from Lions in Djuma, we're off to Lions with Andrew and Morgan in Amakala. They seem to have picked up theirs.
Okay, so good stuff. We've managed to find this male lion. It was quite a task, I won't lie. But it's actually in quite a nice area over here. Just we came from the other side. So if you look at that bank, that's all red just beyond this beautiful male lion. That's the side we came from. So we actually would have missed him from that angle. But it's a good thing we double backed and made sure that we never drove past him, and we managed to spot him. So great stuff. He's really flat at the moment. Yeah, they were also here yesterday, so they have been hanging around this area. And the two lionesses are also not too far from this area as well. We'll give it a bash, see if we can't find them. I'm not 100% sure where the cubs are at this point though. So they're in a brilliant area actually, because when we came through the crossing on the other side, there's a lot of general game on that side, or a bit of general game, not a lot. But I can see some wildebeest, and then just behind us earlier on we had that other wildebeest with some springbuck and also some warthogs that ran off. So food availability is definitely here. Can provide them with some ample opportunities, hopefully. Hey Peter. Oh, male lions can sleep a long time sometimes. I've known a male lion to sleep 24 hours before, but he was very, very full. It was a few years ago, this particular male lion I'm talking about caught a sub-adult buffalo all by himself, and he fed on that buffalo all by himself and got so full and uncomfortable that he literally slept it off for 24 hours. But on average, you know, you're looking at it varies, it really does vary, but I would say anywhere between 14 and maybe up to 18 hours a day they can rest, and then the rest of the time moving around, getting into different areas. Sometimes they can even move in the daytime. Alright, so I'm going to introduce myself again. My name is Andrew. Yeah, we hope you're doing well and you're enjoying this male lion. And we are here in Amakhala Game Reserve, which is out in the Eastern Cape Province. So a very nice game reserve out here. And then also, don't forget that at any point if you want, you're welcome to send us some questions. And actually it'll be very nice to hear from you. It doesn't have to only be questions, it can be suggestions. And you can also tell us what you've experienced on your safaris. It'll be lovely to know what you've seen. And so far there has been some good sightings so far. I know Nick and Karicha has had some general animals, and I know in the Djuma Dam Cam there's been a sighting of some lions as well. And then we have a lion out here in Amakhala. So far it seems like it's been a very good morning. Okay, just hope this male lion maybe does stand up a bit. I doubt he will though. He might lift his head from time to time. There's a lot of clouds at the moment, so there's no reason for him to move. It'd be quite nice if the lionesses decide to come and join him and come and sit here as well. But I think most of their movements are going to be tonight, or maybe even later on this afternoon. I'm not sure what the rain is going to do this afternoon, but if it doesn't rain, because of the cool temperatures and the cloud cover, They should start moving quite a bit. Morning, Walter. So Walter, it also depends. It depends if wind is blowing towards the predator or the lions, then they will obviously smell them for much further. But yeah, they can smell prey if the wind is blowing towards them. You know, they can smell them a few kilometers away. And they don't only use the smell to locate prey. They also use the sounds that the animals might make. So for example, if a zebra was to start barking in the distance, of course he's going to hear that and he's going to know exactly where they are. But I think I would love to have their nose just for 2 hours or 1 hour even. And I think, you know, you can't really comprehend the amount of smells you're going to pick up and the information that you're able to decipher from those smells. That's key. That is very key. And apparently lions can even smell pregnant animals by their urine and things like that. One thing they pick up very quickly on is a blood trail or drops of blood. They'll pick that up very, very quickly. Hey Yoshi, you're asking about these tall plants that are growing here. They're very tall. Some of them are even taller than me. This is called a tall white squall. Tall white squall. And they're growing abundantly at the moment. And what's interesting about this tall white squall is that if you have to go to the base of this plant and, you know, dig a few centimeters under the soil, you'll find quite a big bulb under the ground, or an onion. Depends how you want to look at it. And it's fairly poisonous. And I know the milkweed locusts do feed upon these tall white squalls, and because they're ingesting a lot of the poison makes the milkweed locust poisonous. So predators of the milkweed locust, they're not going to like that very much. You often see the ant-eating chat sitting on top of these tall white squalls. Okay, there's a bit of a side wind moving in now. Just amazing how the weather changes out here. So today we're actually 10 degrees difference from yesterday. And that'll be in Celsius. So yesterday was 35 roughly, today is about 25. And then next month actually is going to be our hottest month, February. And believe it or not, it gets very cold out here in the winter in the valley. Some very cold mornings or nights can get into the minus temperatures in the valleys. -3 roughly. It'll be degrees Celsius. Roger, morning. They can, they can, but we do notice that when there's drastic weather changes from day to day, they can struggle a little bit. And try and put yourself in their shoes, where one day it's stinking hot and the next day it's, you know, borderlining being quite cold. It's quite tough on them, but it just goes to show that they are very, very strong in that sense, that they'll find a way. But ultimately, this temperature that we have now is more ideal for a lot of the animals out here. And you'll usually find if there's high winds, lions will usually disappear into the thickets. And then also rain, downpours of rain, you'll find that they'll disappear for however long and then come out when things start to clear up. That goes for most of the wildlife, but more particularly with lions, because they have body fur, especially with the male. He's got this huge mane, and if that is wet and damp throughout the night, it's going to get very, very cold. Okay, so we have a safari truck that's gonna approach us. They're gonna join us on this beautiful lion sighting that we have here. They're on a day safari at the moment. Quite exciting. And if you are planning a trip to come out here to the Eastern Cape or Amakhala, you've got about 10 lodges that you can choose from, which is quite nice. Right, we're going to send you back to Alex, who is at the Djuma Dam Cam at the moment.
So we're back in Djuma, and obviously a very cool sighting of that male lion in Amakhala, and we're waiting for the S8 lion to perhaps come through here. It does look like it might take some time though. I'm sure with it getting rather hot, he is also resting up like the rest of the pride. Just having a little scan around, seeing what else is going on. But quite clearly, no male lion around at the moment. So as I said, still waiting on that male lion to come through, the S8 male lion or the Mbali male. I'll just be panning on down and across. Let's see what else there is here. Otherwise, with the presence of the lions, there's not really too much going on. Just a bird audio. The wind seems to be picking up too. Looks like a rather hot day here as well. Clouds slowly starting to build up. Of course, I'm sure the bush would love a heavy amount of rain. I know for one, I'm also waiting for some here in Johannesburg. The heat wave has been rather exceptional and we are definitely due some rain. Let's just have a look to see if there's anything in the trees. Nice to pick up on anything that might be around. Of course, we'll probably just be doing birding for the moment. So it's just one of those things. We just have to be a bit patient. Unfortunately, the lions are in the thicket and they are on the other side of that thicket. And we are obviously stationary, so we can't exactly move around or summons them back out. Although it would be a nice thing to have a magic wand and summons them back. But unfortunately, that's not the case. So we'll just have to sit here and enjoy a quiet moment. And if you didn't see earlier, this is where the lions moved off into. So they're behind in this thicket here. And quite clearly, I'm sure with it getting rather hot, we are not going to get another sighting of them for now. Perhaps only this evening. And even then, they might move straight onto the road that is there. But there is fortunately water here. And a lot could change. So the bird life also seeming to avoid us at the moment here in Djuma. A couple of the Birchall starlings calling. Lions quite far away. Woodlands kingfisher calling there. And for now we're just going to sit here and see if we can't pick up anything that is perhaps flying in the area and maybe getting closer, or anything that might be venturing down the road towards us. So we'll just have to be patient. Looks like the geese are perhaps on the other side. So we'll go into them and we'll have a look there at the lion in the area. It's very possible, or at least extremely possible, that everything else is kind of giving this place a wide berth for now. So we'll sit here with the Egyptian geese family and just enjoy some of the other vocals that are around. So Egyptian geese, I think, also taking the opportunity to get into the shade, out of the sun. They have just foraged around the water's edge. You can actually see how much water, or how the water's dropped just without all that rain, all the rain that has been missing at the moment. But still foraging around, but definitely taking the opportunity to kind of scoot about there. I think that's a wagtail that might have just landed down. Let's have a look. It is obviously on the other side of Gari Dam, so quite tough to get a look. It might even be one of the emerald spotted wood doves. But with those heat waves, rather tough. Let's just have a look and see. So kind of tough to get the coloring on either of those two birds. I think perhaps a blue waxbill, and I do think one of the emerald spotted wood doves, or even a Cape turtle dove. But heat wave not giving us the best visual right now. So we'll come back out, and what we're going to be doing is just spending time watching the Egyptian geese for now. Still in kind of that shady line, still foraging about. I know that's an interesting question. A number of birds that I suppose do have a longer nesting period, and that would generally be birds of prey. Perhaps even the owls. So we'll have to check that up in terms of the area as well, because there'll be birds that maybe have a longer nesting period in certain areas than in others. Of course, different subspecies that are found, or different species of birds that are found in different parts as well. So I am pretty sure it's one of the eagles, but at least in the world, the longest nesting bird is the bald eagle. So just quite interesting. Oh, no jokes. That's actually in terms of the biggest nest. I just want to check here. But for me, birds of prey, definitely those that stay in the nest for the longest, just because they aren't born as precocial as, say, these Egyptian geese or even the blacksmith lapwings that we do see. Obviously, a lot of parental care that does go into getting them through to that fledge. Would have even seen if you follow the live safaris with regards to the wigs and that process it took for them. Although kind of a rudimentary nest, but it did take quite some time for them to start moving about even. So for me, definitely one of the bird species, or the bird of prey species, possibly more on the larger side of those birds of prey. So just have to have a look quick. Interestingly enough, from what I'm seeing, and they are, I suppose, predatory to some degree. Just interesting, because this is something I've just found out, is that most birds generally nest at around 70 days. So that incubation period of their eggs is around 70 days. And it's very rare that birds incubate eggs for longer than that period. The bird that does incubate for longer than that, or a species of bird that does, is in fact the albatross. And that would be the royal albatross. And that is between 75 and 82 days. And in fact the kiwi, which is obviously found in New Zealand, also having a very long nesting period or incubation period of around 71 to 84 days. And by contrast, from what I can see here, the bird that has the shortest period of incubation, and that is 9 to 10 days, is a white eye or silver eye. Very interesting. And the biggest bird, or the biggest, I suppose, terrestrial bird, non-flying bird in the world, the ostrich. They have an incubation period of around 36 to 45 days. Excuse me for losing my words there. Which is quite interesting because they form part of the ratites, and the ratites are the non-flying bird species, all obviously closely related and subspecies of each other. So that would be the ostrich, or the two species of ostrich that we get here in Africa, the common, or the Somali, up north of us. Then you get the reha, which is in South America, but smaller than that. The emu and the cassowary. And the emu actually has an incubation period of around 46 to 56 days, so far longer than the ostrich. So just interesting to note. Of course, the biggest bird, terrestrial bird that was ever known, and the fossils actually found in Madagascar, the elephant bird. And of course, that was the biggest egg. But by body size, they actually relatively have a small egg compared to other birds. Bird, I think, with the biggest egg size, in terms of body size, is actually a kiwi. If memory serves correct. I'll have to check that, but definitely for an ostrich, in terms of its body size, very small egg that they do produce. So we've just been chatting about So still just following the Egyptian geese family. They are foraging around Gari Dam at the moment. Not too much else going on. Picking up some of the other bird audio that is around. So birds in the area. And noting that it is quite quiet in terms of other life because of the lions that are just resting up in the thicket for now. So it was great and fantastic to see them. They did have an altercation with a small breeding herd of elephant. But otherwise, with that audio going off, all that other audio going off, the lions, contact calling and the rest, anything else really in the area that would be considered a fruit item, I think kind of avoiding the dam for now. But Andrew seems to have perked up his lion down there in Amakhala, and we're off to go and see what is going on there.
Okay, so this male lion did manage to lift his head. He did briefly look at us, but decided to turn the other way. I don't know if he saw something, perhaps walking around the slope. Maybe a warthog is around there and he's just staring at. Let's give it a bit of time. I'm sure he will change position at some point. And as Ralph has mentioned a few times, you know, these lions are very opportunistic. So even though he is sleeping now, I mean, he can quickly wake up if there's any prey that decide to walk along here, unknowing that the lion is here. And you'll see a change in animal. He'll suddenly become wide awake. He'll become focused. Try and stalk a bit. And you never know, might just catch something in the daytime. Of all the kills I've actually seen, they've all been, of the lions that is, has all been in the daytime. I've never seen lions catch at night. Although they do catch most of their prey at night. There we go, just a bit of self-grooming. You'll often find that male lions will self-groom themselves quite a bit, and the whole thing is that especially when they've killed something or they've eaten something, a lot of the blood and the smell gets onto their mane, and it's imperative that once the male lion is finished feeding or finished eating, he cleans that off. Otherwise, you know, prey is going to smell him quite easily. And it's just amazing, their rough tongue, how efficient it is at grooming and cleaning the body. Because sometimes, you know, when lions catch something, especially when they're young and the adults have caught something, sometimes the young will climb right into the stomach of the carcass and feed in the inside. And when they come out, they are almost pitch black. That needs to be cleaned off, and is cleaned off quite quickly actually. There we go, just laying flat again. I'm not sure with Ralph when he was here with Morgan if this pride of lions managed to get to the top section of the reserve, but for the most part it seems like they're dominating this basin area. Oh, is it, eh? So definitely dominating this basin area, and I think the reason for that, I think the reason why they're hiding out here, okay, so I'll get back to what I was going to say now. But Starbuck, morning, thanks for your question, great to hear from you. To tell the age of a male lion by the mane, it's not the most accurate way of aging a male lion, because genetics also plays a role. and you'll find that, say, a male lion has got a father that has got very strong genetics and has a big mane, and the mane is quite dark, and then cubs are born, that'll get transferred straight to the cubs. So you might find that from a young age with a male lion that the mane might start to grow more so than with another individual that you might have seen. And but the best way for me to identify sort of the general age group of a male lion is actually to look at the tip of the nose. Now, generally speaking, this is not always in 100%, but generally speaking, under 4 years of age, we find that the tip of the nose with a male lion is pink. And then just after 4 years and 5 years, you find that tip of the nose goes black. And then teeth. Yeah, I think teeth is the most accurate way of aging any animal, really. And you find that with older animals, especially lions, when they get older, their teeth go very orange in color, and the canines become very well worn, become blunted. You know, some people might say that body scarring might also help you with an age range, but that's not 100% true, because you know, lions are very territorial, and at some point, if there's competition, they're going to get into fights, and they're going to get scarred and scratches. So that can happen any time in their dominant life, those scratches. It'd be wonderful if he decides to start walking around here, because this male lion is ginormous actually, and he's still quite young. He's around about 3 years old. And there's also a lot of sort of is a fallacy that male lions don't hunt, and females are going to do all the hunting, and the male lion just goes and eats. Not quite true. Females are very successful at hunting, because more so than the male, because you know, females do work with each other. They're quite social when hunting. And then also the females do lack a big mane, and they're much smaller than the male lion. So in a sense, it's going to be a lot faster than this male lion. But I have noticed that, you know, male lions, if they spend a period of time by themselves, they're going to need to catch things for themselves, and being opportunistic, he'll go for anything from the size of a mouse all the way to a full-grown antelope. So it depends on what's available and when. And then, of course, if the females, you know, want to, or the pride wants to hunt a very large animal, i.e. a buffalo or a big eland, you'll find that the male will also help out in the hunt, because he's got a lot of power. He's able to assist the females in finishing the prey off, which prevents it from fighting and moaning. It's nice to watch this male lion, and these tall white squalls are blowing in the wind. That's actually quite nice. You know, when I think back on my time of being a safari guide, you know, a lot of the people that I met and took out, they are quite scared of lions. They feel that, you know, if they go into the bush to go to the toilet, that they might bump into some lions and then the lion is going to eat them. But this couldn't actually be further from the truth, because it's very unusual behavior for lions to actually hunt humans. It has happened, of course, in the history of lions and humans living on Earth. It has happened before, but it's like I say, it's very unusual. You know, in situations when a male lion or lion is diseased, sick, emaciated, lacking canines, then you might find that they become opportunistic in other things, which doesn't happen very often. Very, very seldomly does that happen. They're actually very, very fearful of humans. So if I was tracking this male lion and I was walking around here and I didn't see him, you know, more than likely he's going to see me coming way before I see him. And they usually run away, to be honest with you. So they want to avoid, you know, any contact with humans by all means, and we know why. I mean, humans have been hunting for a very, very long time, beginning of, you know, the hunting era. And animals, they fear humans for that reason. It's in their genetics now. Anything on two legs standing upright is extremely dangerous, and they would rather run away. Leopard is a little bit different. You know, if I was tracking a leopard in the grass here, and the leopard could see me, but I didn't see the leopard is likely to stand dead still and not give away its position. I'm sure it's happened in the chaps in the Sabi Sands quite a bit, where they're tracking a leopard and the next thing they look and a leopard is fairly close quarters to them, but they never manage to see it in time. The trick is not to make eye contact with the animal, because then it's going to realize that you have seen it. I think one of the most impressive things that you can experience, especially with a male lion, is the roaring. If you ever manage to see it, or you are in a safari truck and a male lion is roaring next to the vehicle and roaring towards the vehicle, it's incredible, the sound. That sound travels right through your body. It sounds like almost like the sound echoes in your body and resonates through your bones. The vehicle will vibrate. And that roar can be heard on a non-windy day up to 5 kilometers away. So it's a very efficient way of advertising himself, announcing to any competition that he is here, this is his territory, and he's very dominant. It's all about communicating to those competitors. It's not very usual for male lions to actually roar in the daytime. They can do it in the daytime, but the majority of the roaring is done at night time, and then early hours of the morning when the air is crisp and chilly. That amplifies the sound, and it's going to go further. So I just want to talk about some of the psychological zones that you find that the animals are in, and how you can identify those psychological zones. So the first thing is, this male lion, he is in a comfort zone. He's totally comfortable. He's very relaxed. His head is down. He's doing his natural activity, although he knows we're here. So totally comfortable and in that comfort zone. But if this male lion, earlier on, you did see he lifted his head, the next zone is activated, which is the alert zone. And if you find that there's a bit of warnings, growling, showing teeth, flicking the tail, eyes wide open, that is a warning zone. And if the animal charges or runs away, that is a fight or flight zone. So there's 4 zones. Now these zones don't vary in distance. It's all got to do with the status of the animal. So, for example, before I went on my holiday, we watched some lions, and the lions were growling at each other, and they were for about 10 minutes, oh no, not that long, about 3 or 4 minutes, they were in a warning zone with each other, and then they went straight to sleeping. So from a warning zone straight to the comfort zone. You see what I mean? So it skipped the warning zone, the alert zone. So it's all got to do with the status of the animal, how the animal's feeling. And it's going to vary from individual to individual. But ideally, when you're watching the animals, you want to maintain the comfort zone. You don't want to disturb the animals. You just want them to do their natural activities while you're watching. Hello, Cindy. They do. So roaring is the common one, but then also I'm sure you have a house cat or a friend who has a house cat, and you find that when the house cat comes and rubs up against your leg and constantly does that to you, it seems like it's greeting you, but also putting the scent on you. So especially with lions and predators, you'll find that they'll do much the same on the vegetation here. So it looks like they're affectionately going up to some of these plants and rubbing up against the plant. That's going to leave a scent behind. And then also the territorial markings like the urine markings and the scratch markings. That's also a way that they're going to communicate. And it's just a strategy to try and avoid some or alleviate some of the competition. Rather get your message out there and let it be known, rather than having competition come into the area being totally ignorant to the fact that you are there. And then, a fight can pursue perhaps, or a confrontation. But if there are signs and smells, and maybe he roared and got that message across that this is his area, he's dominant, etc., it's just another way of alleviating some of the competition. Because I know that lions are on top of the food chain, on top of the pyramid, but ultimately, they face a lot of competition. Their biggest competition often comes from other lions and spotted hyenas. Now sadly we don't have any spotted hyenas in Amakhala. It's the brown hyena that occurs out here, which is a lot smaller than a spotted hyena. And brown hyenas are solitary. They're not clan animals. But a nice big clan of spotted hyenas, and it's quite a bit of competition for lions. Lillian, that's a good observation. You know, it's a little bit cool at the moment, so I think this male lion is more interested in, you know, trying to be a little bit warm. And often on these overcast, cold days, you might find that they're right in the open, like he is now, or they go into those elevated areas trying to, you know, catch some of the sun and just try and be a bit more warmer. But if these clouds had to dissipate and the sun had to shine on this male lion, you'll find that this male lion is going to start getting hot and he's going to start moving towards the shade. And then if it does start to rain, especially, you know, heavier rain, then most definitely he's going to get up from this open area and seek a little bit of shelter. But at the moment he's just interested in, you know, just keeping warm. There we go, head is up. He's in that alert zone. Don't know what he saw or heard. Got a beautiful profile, doesn't he? And these tall white squalls makes a beautiful frame. It's almost like a photo frame. Oh, that mane is looking very good. Wesley, hello. That's been, you know, a topic of conversation quite a bit actually. I think elephants definitely do dream, I think, and animals like dolphins and whales and things like that, I think they do dream. That's my personal opinion. I think, wow, I would love to know the exact answer to that, if there is such a thing. But from what I've seen with lions is sometimes they get into such a deep sleep that their bodies start to twitch, much like, you know, how domestic dogs do at home. Sometimes they fall asleep and they start to twitch, or looks like they're running. I haven't seen that with lions, but I have seen them twitch quite a bit. I'm not sure what's happening there, but it could very well be a dream. And if they do dream, what do they dream about? Is it the prey, hunting prey? Is it socializing with big prides of lions? I don't know. But I think if we had to understand what some of the animals do dream, I think it would take most of us by surprise.
Wild Earth is looking for unique wildlife sightings filmed by you. They can be old or new, from anywhere in the world, and filmed on a camera or on your phone. In return, we will give you cash, an opportunity to win a prize, and a chance to see your clip on TV with your name in the credits. It's easy. Head over to wildearth.tv/content to find out more.
Morgan was telling me that this pride of lion have been hanging around this general area for quite a bit of time. And with this river line, it's a beautiful place just to hide cubs, or if there's any sign of trouble, take the cubs into the river line. And I'm sure some of you remember the original den site was in the river line, sort of just south of where this male lion is now. So south is, if you're looking towards this male lion, which you all are, you are looking sort of south direction. Seems like weather is busy brewing at the moment. Quite strong winds are starting to form now, and the clouds are starting to become much thicker than what they were early this morning. It's going to be interesting to see if these lions do decide to hang around here. I know we're just looking at the male lion, but the two lionesses are not far from where they were seen early this morning. And he probably knows exactly where they are, just he chooses to be by himself just for now. Some people might think that's sort of out of character for male lions, but they do spend some time by themselves. So when the lionesses, say for example, lionesses decide to go off and hunt, and the male lion, he's not really keen on joining, he's still quite tired and he's sleeping under the bush, those lionesses are not going to wait for him. They're going to carry on without him and move off. And then he's going to be by himself for however long. But I find it very amazing that if the females manage to catch something, even if there's quite a large distance, somehow that male lion, he figures it out. He knows that they've got something. He needs to try and find them. And if they do manage to catch something, they're not going to call him. They're not going to advertise it. Hey, we've managed to catch a impala over here. Come and join. And the same goes for this male lion. So if he had to catch something, he's not going to advertise it to the females and say, come and join, come get a mouthful. He's going to worry about himself. He's not going to worry about those females too much in terms of food. I think ultimately he knows that they are quite capable of feeding themselves, and I'm not going to have a problem there. Alright, we're going to send you over to Kariega with Nick in the meantime. Let's see what he's busy with at the moment.
And welcome back to Kariega, where we've still got our blustery, windy day here. Did have a lovely group of impala that I'd kind of just lined up in the shot for us, but unfortunately they have just bolted away. So with the wind that we've got, shame, it's causing them to be on edge quite a lot. They're definitely not comfortable with this wind, making them very, very nervous. Obviously they can't hear as well, So it does set up the opportunity for predators to ambush those impala a lot easier. But at the same time, look at the spectacular view that we've got here. Absolutely stunning. So remember, a lot of Kariga will be these deep valleys, lots of steep gorges and things like that. So we're right on the top of one of the ridge lines here. And pretty much all the way around, this is the view that we have all the way from around here. And it's stunning. So obviously we've got lots of our river euphorbia going down into these valleys here. So we're now facing further sort of south-southwest. So in this direction, the Bushman's River will be all the way down at the bottom of this valley. Whereas remember, previously closer to Scotia Dam, we would have had the Kariga River. Mallory, in terms of the formation of mountains, you know, obviously you look at something like upliftment, where you've got two different sort of areas coming together and one sort of grinding up on top of the other one, forming a sort of a higher mountain range. These are more sort of undulating hills that we've got here compared to mountains. But you think of sort of Drakensberg Mountains, and then a lot of different escarpments, and even your classics of Kilimanjaros and Himalayas and things like that. A lot of upliftment from different sort of bodies, two bodies of land, coming together, and then that rift happening, and that formation of those beautiful mountains. So a lot of it will be relatively similar, yeah. But what a beautiful view. You can see right down in the distance in the valley how it opens up completely down there. So something similar to what sort of like the Scotia Dam clearings might look like. That is not them, they are behind us. And obviously your different landscape, your variety of plants and things like that is going to bring in different animals, different birds. Just driving around, getting to these different spots, going up and down these really steep ravines and things like that. I was kind of hoping that we might potentially find our lions, and I was thinking while I was kind of looking for them unsuccessfully, that even when those males go on a patrol, it's not like they're just walking across a very flat area and they're going from A to B. They're going up, they're going down, and when they do go up, it is steep. I mean, naturally lions are muscular, well-built animals, but I was thinking, jeez, they've got to expend a serious amount of calories when they go off on their territorial patrols. Obviously then they would have to eat a little bit more regularly, so that warthog that they had, what is it now, 3 days ago or so, was definitely going to help them in that venture. So I did go to the last position of where we saw that mating pair yesterday, and it's possible that the whole mating process may have finished. I didn't find any lions around there. I was chatting with some of the other guides today as well. It doesn't sound like they were found at all by anybody else during the morning drive. So like I say, potentially that whole mating process of over sort of 4 days has ended. Everybody's separated, and potentially those males have moved off on a bit of a patrol. Remember, in terms of patrolling territory, scent marking is going to be a big one. But also roaring, that's a passive way of letting everybody know you're the king of the area, and especially in an area like this at Kericho, where it is so mountainous, of very steep slopes to go up and down. It's going to save them a lot of energy by doing that roaring. However, on a day like we've got today, I don't see that happening. Very, very windy today. That roar's not going to travel nearly as far as it potentially could as if it was completely still. And it's been a little bit of a quieter day on the reserve, just because of the conditions that we got. I think everybody's taking a bit of shelter, taking a little bit of refuge. You can see that's one of the lovely roads that we've got heading through this thick terrain here. Beautiful views all across the whole area from these top of these ridge lines here. I'm going to keep shifting around, seeing what other animals I can find, and in the meantime we're going to take you across to Okukuyo.
So Impala Ram is here. Lovely to see him. And of course, lovely to have the springbok that are all about as well. But nice to see something different. We've had quite a few different species come through and around and be around today. But a lovely black-faced Impala Ram. Nice to see one of them again. And because everyone's kind of distributed because of all of the rain that has fallen and that lovely bit of grazing that is there for the herbivores, we're yet to see any of the black-faced Impala lambs. So something that we have had our eyes peeled for. And I'm hoping that something will start to materialize soon. So I'm just going to keep a little eye on things as they unfold here. Wildebeest was around 2, so I just want to just make sure that we don't miss out on a sighting of him either. Quite a fair amount going on at the moment. Lots of springbuck. Good to have them here in good numbers, but really taking over today. It's taken some time for this to occur, but good things happening, really. So we're just going to just have a little scan around quickly, and then we'll join back up with all the herbivores now. I just want to check that the Egyptian geese are also around. I haven't had too much of them today. I do just want to count that all of MC is still around. However, I think it's time for us just to have a look and sit with the impala for now, just because the springbuck are around, and I'm not too sure how long this impala might hang around with them for. So quite cool just to sit back and relax. Enjoy the lovely green, of course, enjoying the diversity of species that we have had here at Okukuya today. Also just keep an ear out for all of the birds that are around too. And take it from there, really. But good to see the grebes out. That wind has died down, and with the wind dying down, our synchronized swimmer is also back. So very cool. Nice to have all this action at the moment. Hi Hannah. So of course animals have very good senses, far better and more in tune than ours. Of course, when we also do spend time in nature and in the natural world, our senses also do improve. So it's things such as hearing, also your sense of smell too, and to some degree your sight. But when they are in thick vegetation, a number of them have or do have adaptations. So for example, things like Inyala and Kudu have that white under their tails. When they do disperse because of predators or anything else that might give them a shock, those tails do lift up, and there's a white flag that does kind of then pop up for anything to kind of note where and in what direction they might run off into. So just talking about what senses might be triggered if animals are trying to navigate and locate each other in thickets and in areas. We did just touch on some of the ways they do that. Of course, they will obviously snort. They obviously do have vocalizations that they do use as well. Sense of sight is also another. And of course, smell. But also being able to pick up, on the rustle and that kind of thing. So depending on how thick or how dry that vegetation or substrate might be, being able to pick up on that kind of thing. And definitely when you are in the bush, you'll also be able to pick up on certain animals that are moving around too. Some kind of shuffle. Some are very elegant in the way that they move around. So leopard, for example, almost undetectable by ear to a human being. But things such as hyena, even warthog to some degree, shuffling through the bush, and it's very distinctive. And once you've heard it for the first time, you will know that that is what is approaching you. And of course, things that would then be found obviously in numbers, so herds of animals, you would also note that. Elephant, perhaps by the breaking of twigs or branches. Lions obviously moving through as a pride and being a little less careful than leopards would be. So a number of things and different tricks that you kind of pick up on, but it does take some time, and you do need to spend time to be able to hone that kind of skill. So just leaving the impala for a moment, getting a good look at how many springbok are here. So they've been hanging around along none of that vegetation or tree line earlier. Now they all seem to have come down, so fantastic. Nice that the wind's dried down as well, because we also get that lovely silhouette off the surface of the waterhole right now. So you'll notice we are inundated with springbok at the moment. That wildebeest bull is just off. I'm not too sure where the second one went off to, but quite fantastic having all the springbok around. Try to get a closer look, but quite cool just watching the silhouette as well as they do get closer and come and have a drink. But I'm sure the Egyptian geese are about, and there's a good number of springbok around. They won't be too happy, and they'll try and push them away from the goslings as well. So we will hear a ruckus at some point then too. So just watching what goes on, enjoying quiet moments. There's that black-faced Impala ram that is off to the north of us really, or northeast really, from here, this position. But a quiet and very relaxing moment that we have unfolding here. So great audio of that acacia pied barbet. Nice just watching all the springbok bouncing around at the moment. Maybe the best way to describe it. It's kind of like Salt Bay came through and sprinkled springbok all over the landscape right now. Also obviously still have that wildebeest bull. So very cool. A very peaceful scene at the moment. Thanks, Calvin. It is really peaceful, but yeah, it's even better now that the wind has died down. Of course, it's also great that the springbok have started to make their way closer to the water's edge, and I'm kind of sticking here for the moment just because I'm hoping more of them do come through and actually are quite thirsty, because it'll be cool to see that silhouette. So you do kind of get it just from a distance, but of course when they are at the water's edge it really is something. But nice to have peaceful scenes. I'm sure at some stage we'll start to get some cicadas going off and firing up. But at least for now, we don't have that very jarring sound. A couple off in the far distance, but nothing too close. So it looks like they're kind of shifting a little bit down to the south again. I'm going to just reposition. Looks like we've got more of them here. I think a couple of them maybe even taking advantage of some shade. We really have a good peppering of them right now. Getting a little closer and just enjoy as they go about their business. So lots of water at the moment. Even a fresh supply that leads into the Okakuya waterhole right now, covered with water. So the water level very high, very different scenes to a couple of months ago. Really, what a contrast. So quite clearly you would have heard some of those audio, or some of that audio from the Egyptian geese. Still looking to really see them. Haven't had much of a glimpse of them just yet, but with the springbok around like they are at the moment, we will focus our attention on them. And really just immerse ourselves. So a lot going on really throughout the course of today. Lots of excitement and of course lots of time to be able just to appreciate animals and wildlife. So very cool indeed. So from some very peaceful scenes here in Okakuya, it's time for us to check in again with Nick and see what's going on in Kariega.
Alrighty, a similar looking antelope to the springbok. We've got our impala. Playing a little bit hard to get here, moving in and amongst the edge of the thickets. So in terms of the position of where these impala are, there is a waterhole relatively close by, and it looks like potentially that they may head down there. And see if I do pan across to the side, there's a few more here. So if you look at the grasses in the foreground, you can really see how the wind is pumping. And being on the edge of that tree line there, they're probably getting a bit of a buffer. It's not as windy there. I think if they are looking to head to that waterhole, they're going to be very vigilant. Just double check and see if there is nothing coming down, nothing that's set up an ambush there. And you can really see behind them how thick and dense the vegetation is. So we were talking earlier this morning, if you were able to join us for our sunrise safari, about different antelope species like bushbuck, and that type of habitat right at the back there, that would be perfect for something like a bushbuck. one got the jitters and was off. Now remember, a lot of our youngsters, they'll be exceptionally nervous as well. You know, the adults will definitely have a bit more experience in these types of windy conditions and knowing what they should do and shouldn't do. And that one that we saw really jumping about there looked like it was one of the slightly younger ones. And off heading along that tree line there. So these animals definitely playing a little harder to get today.
Mashatu Game Reserve has a glowing reputation as one of the most beautiful reserves in southern Africa. And now, atop a soaring cliff overlooking the Majale River, beneath the groves of euphorbia succulents, sits the stunning new Mashatu Euphorbia Villas. These eco-friendly villas echo their beautiful natural surroundings, shaped to match the Mapanu parts of Mashatu. Enjoy earthy glamour with a consciousness for conservation woven into every element of these camps within the 32,000 hectare.
Just looking slightly to the left of these impala, you can see there, it looks like there's a bone, that whitish thing just to the left hand side. So perhaps those lions that we were talking about at some point in time, they did manage to make a kill here. Would be a good spot to potentially set up an ambush. Lots of thickets around here to use as cover. There is that waterhole quite close by. On a hot day, you know, if the lions had to just set up shop around the waterhole, the game would come to them. But it's amazing how vigilant these impala are, even moving around the vehicle, panning the camera from sort of left to right and setting up and getting the shot right. If there's any movement on the vehicle, it's amazing today how vigilant these impala are. One starts to alarm call and then they're all looking in my direction, all shouting at me, and you're kind of expecting. I've actually looked around a few times, you know, thinking, hey, have they spotted a lion, or what's happening here? see, I don't know if you saw that bird flying off there momentarily. That was a jackal buzzard. Another one flying down at the bottom. Zachary, I would probably say, I mean, it's an ungulate. A wildebeest is classified as an ungulate. That'll be the largest amount of sort of herbivores gathering together. Remember the Great Migration of sort of 1.3 million wildebeest or so. Remember, there is such a large amount of them because they are migrating. Many years ago, many years ago, there used to be a migration of springbok in South Africa, and there used to be a few 100,000 springbok. So I mean, that was definitely a very high number as well. You must remember, in terms of there being a lot of animals together, it's always amazing to see, but it can be quite taxing on the environment, and it's really dependent upon the environment in terms of why such big herds would form. You know, in an area like the Masai Mara, Serengeti, where those wildebeest having to migrate, it's because they're looking for food. You know, there's essentially a shortage of good green grass. Whereas an area like Kariega here, where we're closer to the ocean, and the ocean's helping to moderate temperatures and rainfall and things like that, there's no real reason for there to be masses of herds forming, because they're not needing to migrate anywhere. See if I can just bring you down here a little bit. Quite a cool little shrub that I've spotted. So that those two bushes, those two little shrubs being buffeted by the wind there, those are milkweed shrubs. So I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with the milkweed, and they get that they get those almost like balloon types of pods. So quite easily identifiable, quite a small little shrub as well. It's not really going to grow a whole lot taller than what we're seeing here, but there are a few stands of them around and about here. So remember, for our African monarch butterfly, the caterpillars of that African monarch will feed on the leaves of this milkweed plant. This is one of their favorite plants. So remember, this specific plant does have toxins in it. So not a lot of insects and things like that and other caterpillars will feed on this milkweed bush, but the monarch butterfly larvae will do that. And that's because they're able to assimilate the toxins that are in this bush, and it doesn't harm them at all, and they're able to use that sort of beneficially to be able to ward and warn other predators off that they are toxic. You know, don't come and get me, don't take me. Which is really cool. It's quite nice, it's quite interesting. Foreground here, it's a beautiful bed that we've got here. These are very young plumbagos. Remember, in and around Scotia Dam, we have seen a few of these characteristically sort of purple colored flowers. This is quite a small little growth spurt here. At the moment it must be sort of half of a meter or so off the ground, not very high. So it's got a long way to go still. But I guess being a sort of a short, shrubby-ish little bush is very good in conditions like this when it's very windy. You can see how they're being buffeted all over the place there. Definitely a nice little splash of colour to the environment. Remember, we've got our boerbean tree, our Karoo boerbean, which is flowering at this time of the year as well. There is a potential chance to look for fireball lilies as well. Remember, that's that circular type of flower, sort of like a burnt orangey reddish type of colour. I'll definitely have a look around and see if I can spot any of them. They only flower for very short periods at a time, sort of 2-3 weeks at a time, and then it's gone. I can't see any from here for the moment, but if I do, that's an absolute treat to see. So a nice little bit of botany that we've got going on here. Right, I think let's take you across to Okukuyo and see what's happening that side of the world.
Thank you, Nick. And yes, back here in Okukuyo, and the springbok that were rather close to us have all moved off. Impala also came through. It looks like everyone kind of getting back on the grazing train and slowly moving away from us. Got a Cape turtle dove that is calling as well. Blacksmith lapwings. And with it getting rather hot, I think everything slowly starting to move away. Lots of springboks still milling about. Is what is the Impala ram. Nice to see him. The wind has died down a little bit. It's good to see them. So all kind of moving back in and out. Of course, a bit of a haze starting to develop here, or to develop here. We start to move into the afternoon, early afternoon right now in Southern Africa. There goes our wildebeest bull as well, in the distance there. What I'm going to do is zoom back out and we'll join where there's far higher numbers of springbok. We get to see those Egyptian geese, so I'm sure with quite a bit of activity that we have had around, they're probably also just enjoying a little bit of a forage. But, good numbers of springbok around, as we've said. So they've all kind of made their way down to us from that tree line. And now just pushing ever closer towards us on this side here. So that juvenile Adam's stork still also present around the waterhole. Otherwise, just springbok doing springbok things. A quiet Saturday moment being spent with the springbok right now. We're just watching what is going on. Maybe just taking it all in. One or two of them lying down. The others happily grazing. So sadly, it looks like the wind is slowly picking up here in Okukuyo. But really just enjoying the springbuck that are all about. One or two, as I said earlier, just taking the opportunity to rest. You'll see them kind of lying down in that almost green meadow between the concrete stones that are around. Of course, the remnants of that old lake. One or two coming down, but the wind picking up. The silhouette not as nice as what it was earlier, but still good to have all these springbok around. Healthy numbers. And nice just to be able to sit back and enjoy what is going on. Thanks, Waukesha, and thanks for tuning in. It is always splendid to be able to sit back and really just watch how a day unfolds in the natural world. I did just hear Cape Crow. Haven't heard one of those for some time. Normally here in good numbers. But really good to see the springbok turn up like they have today. Of course, slowly starting to make their way to the thickets and shade again. It's getting rather late for them to feed. They generally do graze, focus on grazing, feeding in the cooler hours of the day. So earlier hours of the morning and later hours then of the evening into the night. But of course, with it being lovely green shoots like they are, I'm sure taking the opportunity to bulk up and I'm bulking up for the next dry season. But we're only 1 month really into the rainy season here in Okukuyo. We've got at least 2 more of them. And obviously that means lots more greenery for the wildlife. So very cool to see. And nice that these springboks are treating us right now. Hi Jamie, the lions this morning that we did see, the Talamati breakaways in Djuma, are very much still in the thicket. I would think they did eat, they stole an impala off a leopard, a male leopard, they think it was Mulwati, although not confirmed. And they moved off into the thicket, and safe to assume after having had some water, that they will probably be immobile for the majority of the day. Maybe this evening, getting up again, coming down for some more water to aid in digestion. Nice watching these two springbok having a little go at each other. A little bit of jostling going on right now. But I would think, Jamie, that safe to assume those lions are taking it very easy. I'm sure it's rather hot right now, very humid as well. That sun in the Lowveld is blisteringly warm. So good thing to rest up, in particular if you've had a good breakfast. Yet to see S8 or the Mbali male either, and I'm sure he'll also get a bit more mobile this evening, probably link up with them. But where that'll happen, I'm not too sure, and at what time, can't tell you that either, unfortunately. There's something that we'll have to wait for. The springbok jostling is over for the moment. However, Acacia Pied Barbet is calling. Nice to hear them. They also get a little bit of the odd honk from the Egyptian geese, so they are present, but kind of taking it easy on a Saturday today. And clearly a Saturday is the day of rest for the geese, not so much for the springbuck, because they are out in their numbers. Hi Jeremy, sorry, I do need your question again. What is the smallest bird in the world, do you mean? So the smallest bird in the world is in fact a hummingbird, Jamie, found in Central America. I forget the name off the top of my head, but it is like roughly the size of a thumb. It is extremely light. In terms of the second bird, I would think that it would also be one of the subspecies of hummingbird as well, also found there in the Americas. And the distinction also that we do make with regards to birds, or an ornithological distinction that is made then, is also just due to Old World and New World. So New World birds and birds species found in the Americas, so that being South America, Central and Northern. And the Old World species, then everything from the west, so everything kind of from Africa, Europe, through across to Asia, being, and even Australia to some degree, being or forming part of the Old World species. So of the smallest birds, definitely hummingbird. I think it's found in Colombia, if I actually remember correctly. That is the smallest hummingbird and bird in the world. There's also a New World species, and I would think out of the Old World species, it would then probably be a sunbird. Quite closely related, they eat very similar things, so nectar and the odd insect. And the species, a couple of species of sunbird in this area, the white-bellied, dusky as well. The white-bellied also being quite small, as well as the dusky, so I would think it'd be one of those then if we were talking about Old World as well. So in fact it is the bee hummingbird, so I have a feeling it was that. It's found in Cuba. Even amongst other hummingbirds. Hummingbirds aren't the biggest birds in the world. They are obviously exceedingly pretty. But that is also endemic to Cuba as well. It's only around 2¼ inches long. So it's like basically just smaller than 5 centimeters, like over 4.5, 4.8 odd centimeters. And it weighs around 2 grams. Less than most coins that are exchanged now. So it's interesting, just from what I've been able to look up at. So obviously we noted that the bee hummingbird, very small bird, and a number of birds that are tiny coming from the Americas, and quite a few actually coming from Australia. The smallest that would be these out of the Old World that I did mention earlier, making that distinction, is a form of Cisticula. We do get testiculars here in Africa as well. And this is the golden-headed testicular. And it's roughly 10 centimeters big and 8 grams in weight. That's in Asia. I think in South Africa itself, it would probably be it's actually the bronze manakin. It is the smallest bird that we get here in South Africa. You do see them in little flocks and that are quite pretty, are seed eaters. And they're around 7 to 12 grams in weight and 10 centimeters in length only. The smallest bird in Africa obviously we get the largest bird in Africa and in the world, the ostrich. And that's actually the southern Cape of Pendulum tit, also 10 centimeters long and weighing around 7 to 8 grams. So we do find that here as well. So just interesting to know. So I mean the manakin maybe being a little bit heavier at times, up to about 12 grand. That pendulum tit being around 8 grams on average. Just interesting things to figure out in the birding world. Of course, we do a lot of birding while we are on camera. It's because sometimes animals don't like to play to the script and do leave us hanging. There's a nice springbuck that is also resting here after a bit of the handbags that were thrown earlier. A couple of them also slowly starting to move off into that shade and that thicket. Making use of, I suppose, cooler conditions when they're out of the sun or out of that direct heat, and then conserving energy. But lots of food around for themselves at the moment, so also capitalizing on that. A little bit of rumination as well here and there too. This one that is lying down, possibly ruminating.
Here at Wild Earth, we take great pride in curating our best animal content for you. Would you like our very best animal stories, highlights, questions, and the inside scoop on all things Wild Earth before anyone else? Find it all, as well as info on our exciting plans going forward first, in the newsletter handmade just for you. Available to all Wild Earth explorers.
So we've eventually located the Egyptian geese. First time today. I did also mention there's a harem of zebra that are slowly making their way down as well. So we'll just check in, do a quick roll call. They are all 6 of the goslings. So we are yet to lose a member of MC just yet. However, it is time for us also just to reposition. I'm sure the geese will be around for some time. Do want to get the approach of that zebra harem. It was just on the thicket line there. They might graze for a bit. Might take some time. So we'll probably sit back. It is a little bit zoomed out for the moment. Can't just wait on that approach. Just start to see them coming out of that thicket line there. So hoping that they are rather thirsty and they do come through and join us. So we are currently just awaiting the zebra harem that is off in the distance there. Of course, you are here with myself, Alex, in Okakuyo. And we've had a rather busy day today. Lots of springbok. Nice visuals of the wildebeest, a black impala ram. There were some zebra around earlier here this morning. Across in Juma, we saw the Talamati breakaway pride. They did have an altercation with a small breeding herd of elephant as well. So got some vocals of that. And we've had lions and jackals in Amakala and a rather windy day in Kariga. Some impala there and some botany that has been done. So a busy day across the board. So for those of you that obviously did tune in throughout the week, it was the back to school mission and part of kids going back to school this week. And of course tonight, Wild Earth will be hosting a very special fireside chat for the explorers only. And it is at 8 p.m. Central African time. And we invite all parents who would like to understand how you can help your children to fall in love with nature to join James and Cedric. They reflect on the great questions and sightings that Wild Earth had over the last week. And if any of the kiddies are still awake, also make sure to bring them along. I'm sure it'll be very entertaining and no doubt enlightening as well. So do make sure, if you are around, do you have time, tune in to that fireside chat at 8 o'clock this evening. The zebra being a bit standoffish, and I'm not too sure why that is. They generally are rather thirsty, and they do require a fair amount of water as well. Looks like there's a younger calf towards the back. I'll try to get a closer view of them. It has been a bit windy today, so a bit of a Mexican standoff with us and the striped ponies at the moment. We'll just have to wait and see. Of course, we still also have springbok out foreground. Maybe one of the zebra will come down. Perhaps too busy with everyone else, though. So we'll just have to wait and see. Maybe they'll turn back round after this little thicket and then come back down as well. So something we'll just have to see unfold. Hi, Roxy. So a couple of distinctions we would need to make with that, just because of different species. So, for example, buffalo herds can have either a male or bull or a very old cow. This is the pathfinder, and they kind of lead them on, and that's through ingrained information and I suppose learning that they've done throughout their lives. Obviously knowing then where the best water or feeding grounds may be at a time. Of course, that is the same with matriarchs in elephant herds, also having that knowledge and being able to pass it on. So ingrained knowledge that is then passed on, and obviously very gratefully accepted and I suppose absorbed by younger members of those herds as well. We're looking at some zebra now in the distance, and for them and their harems, it is the stallion that is territorial and kind of knows what is going on and does then move his harem around. So just two differences. Of course, with pride, we have male lions that generally assume the protection duties of the pride, and the lionesses that then obviously do the majority of the hunting. Although males do hunt, and they are pretty good at it as well, depending on what species or game we're talking about and what they might specialize in. Certain lions in different parts of the world or different areas specialize in different animals. So some, for example, specializing in buffalo, some in giraffe, others more on zebra or wildebeest. So it really does depend on those areas that they are found in. Obviously the lion dynamics, how open a system might be, and the rest. So how that is generally assumed is that older females then obviously having that prowess, that experience in hunting, kind of also then help to pass those skills on. So mothers then pass those skills downwards. Of course, there can be assistance from males. Males can help out with regards to taking down bigger prey, whether that be giraffe or buffalo, even kudu to some degree, perhaps even eland. As I said, it does depend on the area. Also depends on the vegetation found in those areas. Also the movements and seasonal movement as well. Sometimes in areas that are very open, so for example in Ruwa in Tanzania, the buffalo herd generally move around and kind of move around through seasonally, and it's even noted that there's some prides of lion that even follow those buffalo. Other prides of lion that then stay kind of year-round in a specific area and focus on different wildlife throughout that time. So kind of why the distinction gets made. Of course, with things like impala, there is a yearly rut. That yearly rut then is then taken over, or little herds are then kind of taken over by a dominant ram. And that ram obviously will then cover the females and kind of keep them within a set area as well. There can be some stealing and that kind of thing that does go on with amongst the rams, kind of cajole other females to go into their herds or even steal them, as I said. Even that also happens with regards to zebra too. Wildebeest are seasonal migrators as well, so much like the same scenario I just mentioned with Ruwa or in Ruwa in Tanzania, how those buffalo move around seasonally. Wildebeest, we did chat about this earlier, will migrate due to rains and seasonality and the abundance of food for themselves. So depending on the system, they then also move around and migrate, and it's not then uncommon with those large numbers to have a number of dominant bulls within a system and in a sector kind of that herd that is moving around. But that movement is then dictated around purely food resource as opposed to there being, say, a pathfinder or anything. But of course that route is also kind of ingrained, and that behavior is also ingrained within that animal society at that time. So it's interesting. Different animals, different herbivores have obviously different kind of hierarchies and social systems. And it does also get reflected then in how they move about in the different areas that we do find them. Baboons, again, another completely different society, headed up generally by a bunch of males. And a lot of the skills normally pass down from males. And sometimes males can even change troops up to 5 times within that 30-year lifestyle or life cycle that they generally have in the wild. So a lot of skills that then can get passed throughout different troops too. So noted that those big male baboons are sometimes kind of like the village older archetype, and they do pass down a lot of skills to youngsters throughout those troop systems as well. Giraffe again have a different kind of system. It is thought that it is more of a loose association, although it is noted that there is a number of ways that giraffe do communicate and social bonds that they do hold. Of course, they also kind of fluctuate in number. That loose association that I did just refer to. That fluctuation of number obviously happening due to different food resources. I suppose need for water is another, and perhaps even dispersion from or away from predators that might be in an area as well, dictating how those associations might form or kind of drop in number or grow in number on a day-to-day basis. Kudu also a loose association, and the numbers of kudu can also change quite drastically even within a day in a kind of herd system, if you want to call it that. It's not also uncommon to see groups of bachelors, so a bachelor group of bulls. I think the highest I've seen together is about 8 bulls moving in a kind of constant flow with each other at one time. So sometimes not set in stone. I kind of take the law of averages and then have to apply it across the board. So different areas would perhaps produce different results in terms of the observation that we would then be looking at. It does look like the zebra are going to come join us. Very happy about that. Very lovely to get them at the water's edge and getting a little closer insight into them having a drink. They seem to also be pushing off the springbuck, so we'll just have to wait and see. So patiently awaiting the zebra, and once they do get closer to the water, we'll get a closer look at them. So just going to sit back, enjoy some of the springbok that are around with them, and hopefully have the zebra right in close just now. They're slowly inching their way down to the water's edge. A nice little harem here. Looks like they're going to come down right here. So using the game trails as course, path of least resistance, and coming through to the water's edge. So the Cape Crows getting rather vocal now. I did mention earlier we hadn't heard them for a number of days, so nice to get them and hear those vocals. Of course, the zebra now getting towards the water's edge, so patience has paid off. And really lovely to have them all with us right now. One or two resting in Springbok. So quite a cool scene at the moment. So just what I was hoping for. Lovely to have all of the harem come join us now. Wind has died down once again. Try to get a little closer. They will sit for a little bit. And then unfortunately they will move off. But great that we've had a lovely sighting of zebra for the day. So it's fantastic that we've had the zebra come through. That Springbok has just got up and getting up and moving on. And it's time for us to go and say hello to Nick again and see what's going on, Krika.
From one dazzle of zebra to another. Thanks, Alex. The only difference is we've got an amazing amount of greenery in the foreground here compared to the zebras of other areas. Oh, nice contrasting colors, nice vibrant greens in the foreground. Looks like possibly a needle bush there, and a prickly pear succulent in front of the zebras there. See, the zebras aren't as jumpy as those impala that we're having a look at. A little bit more comfortable with life. Good for them. So we've come back down to the Scotia Dam clearings here. Our other nice big herd of impala, they were so jittery with all of the wind. It was so hard to get a good angle of them. Tina, yes, these zebras are gorgeous, beautiful looking animals. Looking hot to trot, as the female zebra says to the male zebra. I think it's so cool how the stripes of a zebra, that they go up all the way to the top of the mane. How the mane's not like all black or something like that, or all white. Kind of merges all the way through. I reckon it would look a little bit funny if it was kind of just like a blackish color. look at the adaptations of a lot of the animals out here. Zebras, giraffes even have got really, really long eyelashes. And in conditions like what we've got today, where it's really windy, there's so much dust that's being kicked up from the open areas, especially the roads and things like that, that having those long eyelashes definitely going to help to protect the eyes from any unwanted little bits of dust and debris and even little insects, little midges and things flying in there. You can see everybody's really tightly bunched together today. Justine, thanks for the question. The role of a male zebra, of the stallion, he's basically trying to corral his females together, keep them together and prevent any other males from stealing his ladies. Obviously for a male zebra, the more the merrier, you know, the more females there are, the better chance there is of passing on his bloodline, which is the sole goal of pretty much any male of the various species that we get here. So he's going to be trying to really keep those females to himself. Sometimes when different stallions do come into contact, one tries to steal a mare from a different male, they may get into a fight, and then something like Stompy, our zebra with the short tail, that's a result from two stallions getting into a little squabble. Remember, they do have that wolf tooth, that very sharp tooth, that they will bite the tail of the other rival off. It's quite crazy. In terms of the everyday sort of aid of helping to rear young, helping to rear the foals, that's largely up to the mothers. The males don't actively get involved too much in that. It's more trying just to keep the ladies to themselves. But that's a good question, thank you. Gotta imagine, it must be quite sore though when two stallions do get into a fight and one bites the tail of the other one off. It must be quite painful. Yeah, just kind of scanning around these open plains here. I can see one or two more zebra and a small herd of blesbok also just sitting down, relaxing, taking it easy. I think it's definitely become a lot more difficult for the animals to find mud wallows now. All of the mud wallows surrounding Scotia Dam have dried up, all sort of 4 or 5 of them. William zebras do have very good eyesight, very well developed. All 3 of their senses are quite well developed. So their eyesight is really good. And if you look at where we are now, so nice and open. So if there is something that's far away, they'll have no problem spotting whatever that may be. Probably so their eyesight could even be better than ours. Look at something like a buffalo, all 3 of their senses are also equally as well developed. Whereas I feel like you take a rhino for example, 2 senses are really well developed and then they have a lesser developed sense. So their eyesight would be their weakness for the rhino, and their sense of smell and their sense of hearing really well developed. But as for our zebras, our striped donkeys, they do have good eyesight. Very photogenic animals as well. You know, if you can manage to get a little bit of good light on a zebra, I feel like it's very hard to take a bad picture of a zebra. You know, that stripe pattern is just stunning. No other animal out here like a zebra. Let me see if I can show you some of the other animals that we've got here. can see a few more zebra down here. And some of the blesbok that we were talking about, taking it easy as well. So this is quite normal behavior to see, of everybody really just settling down, taking it easy. From here I can see towards Scotia Dam. I can't see any activity there at all. It's definitely not very hot today. Nothing's driving any of those animals down to the waterhole itself. Trying to have a close look there. That zebra in the center, we were talking about Stompy, that zebra without the tail. It could be him.
Back to school week is now drawing to a close. Join James and Cedric for a fireside chat to take a look back at the highlights from a very special week. Sign up to be an explorer and you can join them as they take a look at how important it is to connect our future conservationists to the natural world. Wild Earth Kids, it's in your nature.
Found it interesting how weather, at least wind, weather and wind they both start with a W, so I know you guys can give me a break on that one. I got tongue tied there. Wind seems to freak the animals out more than rain. It seems to unsettle them more than what rain does. You know, you think with rain often accompanied with that you've got a bit of lightning, you've often got a little bit of thunder, and everybody's obviously getting wet in the rain. But I feel like wind upsets the animals a whole lot faster and a whole lot more than what rain will do. Yeah, I guess rain can sometimes be a little bit unpleasant if the animals can't find some shelter and they're just getting wet. But if there isn't this massive wind, they can still hear relatively well. Zoe, 100%. 100%. Zebras are social animals. You look at that behavior of putting the chin on the rump of the other one. I mean, if he was a serious introvert, I'm pretty sure he wouldn't be keen to do that. And you look at the sort of the herd structure of finding a few zebras in a herd together. You know, it's not uncommon to see 8-10 zebras together. There's always a bit of body contact going on between a few different individuals. Whereas you compare that to something like a black rhino, it's definitely a much more sort of solitary type of animal. So definitely, yeah, zebras are social animals. I think they thrive off the interactions with each other. I think it's also a whole lot easier for, you know, like mothers with calves and things like that, that if everybody is social, maybe there's, or with foals rather, not calves, if there is a sort of a herd structure that, you know, one foal can go and muck around and play with another one, and mom can kind of get a little bit of, you know, rest time and alone time for herself. You know, if they weren't social animals, there would never be that opportunity, that possibility for a foal to go and play with another foal. So I would say they most definitely are social animals. And we do have a few wildebeest as well. There we go, right slap bang in the center of the frame. With some blesbok. And right in the distance behind them there, you can see that prominent Scotia, that is Scotia Dam right down there. No hordes of animals there today. Remember, we had an absolute, sure, it was like a frenzy of animals there. Everybody was there yesterday. Been having a look at some of the dust that's been kicked up off of the road from this wind, and it reminds me, I can't remember which day it was or how long ago it was now. It must have been roughly 2 weeks ago, where I hope some of you managed to see it, when it was before a storm came in. It was so humid, and I remember saying to you, there are so many little midges flying around here, it's unbelievable. And I remember they were going in my ears, they were going down my shirt, they'd land on my hat, and I'd take my hat off and it would just be covered in these little midges. And we were having a look at some zebra on a sort of a wider angled shot that were next to one of the roads. And I was trying to explain how these midges gather in like swarms. And all of a sudden the swarm came down on the road of these midges. And it looks very similar to when the wind picks up here and kicks up all of this dust in like a little swirl, a little whirlwind. But luckily, no midges today. Oof, just some serious wind. It's absolutely gusting every now and then. What's that, a hoddy-dar struggling to fly there? Go boy, send it. Chris, I'm just going to listen again for your question. I didn't quite get that. There was a massive gust of wind that just popped my earpiece out of my ear there. Chris, I finally got your question. I think it depends upon which species of animal. Wow, I don't know if you guys are hearing that wind, but it is pumping. It depends which animal. If you look at something like a buffalo, it's not really going to be that hard to go from one herd to a different herd. You may not be the leader, you may not be the pathfinder, but it's pretty easy there. You look at giraffe, also exceptionally easy. Remember, they've got that temporary association where the structure can change every single day even. Whereas you look at something like a dazzle of zebra, it's not going to be as easy to shift from herd to herd. It's going to be a lot more difficult. Alright, I think let's take you across to Okukuyo, and I might try and reposition here.
Thanks, Nick. And we actually have quite cool visuals at the moment with regards to clouds and the sun. So you'll be able to just see how that shadow line moves across. So the waterhole, but that concrete that is the concrete meadow that really is in front of us. So really quite cool just to watch how that dancing light kind of goes on. It's like a big disco ball, really. And quite cool. Otherwise, zebra have moved off. The springbok also slowly starting to disperse as the afternoon gets longer. And our egrets right here. And the juvenile Adam Stork too. It's just quite cool watching as the shadows dance across the landscape right now. A little closer look. Of course, egrets are right here. A number of them following the springbok around as well. But I'm just going to take a little moment to enjoy the springbok that are here. There's a number of them in the shade and dotted throughout the thicket as well, getting out of that really hot sun. Also conserving energy. With the European bee-eaters calling too. It's a pleasant moment. Sun's slowly starting to get out again. Of course, the clouds are slowly starting to build too. Perhaps some rain later on. A little grebe in front of us in the water. It's not as windy on the ground as it is up above us in the atmosphere. One or two of the springbok also just taking the opportunity to rest up. So you can see the shade coming in now. The wind also slowly starting to pick up, but clearly the cloud cover also taking over now. Really just interesting watching how the dynamic can change so quickly like that. Still just sitting here enjoying a quiet moment in Springbok, or with the Springbok in Okakuyo. Just watching as the sun kind of dances throughout. So just watching as the wind slowly picks up too. So what that does mean for this afternoon, we're yet to see. But I do think the cloud cover is slowly going to start to build. Interesting watching those egrets move around and follow the Springbok as well. So quite cool. So still just doing our thing here with the Springbok, watching as the egret also feed amongst them. And picking up some of that bird audio. The Cape Crow is getting rather vocal again. And the European bee-eaters buzzing about like that. So very cool. Lovely to see. Awesome scene. Quite clearly the sun also coming out, breaking its way through those clouds that we're around. Still lots of cool audio of the European Bee-Eaters. One or two springbuck off in the distance here, resting up again. And the egrets also bobbing in and around the frame. So lots going on with those crows at the moment. Really quite cool just watching these springbuck. We've been very fortunate that they have been hanging around and nice and close as well. Just an awesome scene, really. And our Egyptian geese have also joined the fray, or the frame, whichever way you want to put it. But nice to see them starting Saturday afternoon swimming lessons. We'll just zoom out a bit, we'll keep track of them. We have been on the springbuck for some time now. And we'll watch as they go about it. Of course, all 6 of them still present. A couple of springbuck resting up top there now. Should continue to come right, but let's just wait and see. Might come back down. So it's been quite cool just sitting with our springbuck again, of course watching the egrets as they also feed and forage around them, and now just enjoying some time with the Egyptian geese family. But we're back to see what's going on with Nick and what is happening in Kariega.
Okay, so our zebras are still gathering together, having a little meeting, little discussion. Yeah, so we were starting to touch on earlier how there's not really going to be that much change within the structure of a sort of a herd of zebra. Woo! This is actually laughable how hard the wind is. Oh goodness. So yes, remember there will be stallions that will try and steal females away and things like that. But it's not as fluid as something like a herd of giraffe, where it's going to be changing much more often. Remember, something like a pride of lions, that's probably going to be one of the most set structures. You're only really going to have, you know, pride takeovers with different males taking over. So on a day like this, when the wind is really pumping, obviously your clouds in the sky are being pushed along quite quickly as well. So this would be a nice day to potentially try and do a time-lapse video, or even you could do lots of different photos taken at intervals and then stack them together and create a video out of that. So all of the new mirrorless bodies and even the DSLRs, they all have what's known as an intervalometer, where if you go into your menu, you'll be able to get to your intervalometer, and then you can set the timing that you want. If you want a picture taken every 2 seconds or every 5 seconds or 30 seconds or 5 minutes. You know, for something like star photography, that's quite helpful, and then you can go in Photoshop and stack all your pictures together afterwards. Create a short clip of sort of like the Milky Way moving along in the skyline. Or even just on a day like this, during the day, maybe find a nice tree as a foreground subject. You know, something to anchor your picture. And just let it roll. Let the clouds do their thing. In terms of the clouds that we've got today, they're quite thick. They're not those wispy clouds that you would want. So it might be a little bit tricky to do that time lapse today. But it's always a nice sort of idea, a nice sort of technique to keep in mind. Some of our zebras moving off.
Would you like a stay in the African bush? Open to all explorers. Sign up and stand a chance to win a 3-night stay for 2 at the fantastic Mashatu Lodge in Botswana. This bucket list prize includes daily safari drives, traditional African cuisine, spacious luxury suites, and a promise of sheer relaxation. Sign up now and stand a chance to win.
So it seems the wind isn't being a friend of ours anywhere right now. So picking up here in Okakuyo. You can actually hear it coming in right now. Perhaps a precursor to some rain later on. The Egyptian geese are in front of us. Try and take us in as close as possible to the springbok without it shaking too much. This is probably going to be about as far as we can get. And we're just going to sit back and enjoy, see what the geese get up to. Hopefully wait for that wind to die down a little bit. So one or two Cape Crows still calling. Springbok also seem to start to want to move off there. And just watching as the Egyptian geese have kind of taken refuge here in this almost like, I suppose, little nook of the Kikuyu waterhole for now. Not too much going on, but there's obviously, you can start to see just with the reflection, the wind has kind of died down for a second now. You can see that cloud starting to build up, of course, creating that lovely shadow that we are looking at right now. I did mention it earlier. Pied barbet being really close to us too. And otherwise, it is really just a smorgasbord of springbuck that we can really comment about right now. And dotted throughout the landscape, that is for sure. Just trying to figure out where our best viewing angle is going to be. It's probably going to be here. We'll just have to sit here and wait for these guys to come closer to us. Just waiting to see if the wind doesn't pick up either, because it does mean we'll get a bit more unstable. It's quite cool just watching through here, having all that shade around being cast by the different clouds. And currently looking at, obviously, the Egyptian family. Egyptian goose family, some springbok, the odd egret that does come through as well, and the juvenile Adam stork. Looks like with the wind dying down, swimming lessons can commence again. Little goslings off to it. Both the adult geese are here, and they're just off on the left-hand side, and the other doing the coaching job. So not the furthest of swims just yet. It's still quite cool just watching them go about their business. Hi Andy, yes, we really have had an awesome day today. Lots going on, peaceful interludes with lots of action in between. So no complaints about that. Of course, the highlight for now for the day being the Talamati breakaways. But really cool, lovely to see. But yeah, still enjoying a quiet moment here with our Egyptian geese family. They are scooting about. Hi Molly, thank you very much for your question. Maybe a number of things, things such as mange. Of course, we would look at things like salivating, perhaps body condition as well. Of course, the time of the year might also then play into that. Also, any known diseases and that would be around in an area. So a couple of things we would have to take into consideration before we could actually say that an animal was really in bad condition. So condition being the first or I suppose the main thing that we would then start looking at first. So the condition of the animal in question, really, and obviously then, the other kind of variables that then would contribute to something then of that nature. So as I said, a number of things. We would look at things like mange, condition of their coat, condition obviously of just their appearance as well in general. So, how well fed, how muscular they may be, or how maybe deteriorated one may be as well. Of course, different diseases and things also present in different means and in different fashions. So we would have to then take those variables into account as well. So it really would depend on a number of things. Also, what an animal may be more susceptible to in an area. So a number of things that then might lean us towards a different type of disease that might be prevalent at that time or that animal may have. So just having a little scan around. Of course, you'll notice all the different shadow in that has been starting to be cast all along the ground right now. So a change in conditions as the day has got longer. Hi Maxi, not that I'm aware of. They are kind of regional specialists, so they might start off, for example, in some area of Namibia and then come down. Particularly more of the wetter or rainier parts, which would be up in the Caprivi strip further east of us here, and then coming down. Of course, they only really get rain here now. So from January through to the end of March, that 3-month window is the rainy season here for Etosha. So the seasonal migrants do come through. Of course, the cuckoos and the rest. We've got the European bee-eaters as well. Majority of the migrants, though, that do come through are then migratory into southern Africa, not necessarily area specific. Obviously, there are certain bits of habitat in that they would favor and perhaps then stay there. But of course, the habitat where they might have migrated from is also exceedingly different to what we would find down here as well. So it's more of a generalized area that they then frequent or come through to. Of course, there is obviously seasonal movement. And right now we've got the egrets around. That's a seasonal movement into here. But egrets, and these egrets are found throughout southern Africa. And not necessarily endemic migrants into the area. So just sitting back and enjoying a quiet moment again. It is rather hazy at the moment. That cloud cover slowly building up, getting thicker and thicker. The springbok are also moving further and further away from us. So at the moment it's bird life that we will be spending our time with right now. So I'm just going to sit here with the Egyptian geese. They seem to be up to the most. So a little bit of foraging going on. A couple of other lapwings and the egrets also in and out of frame. And just off on the top of the dam there, waterline. One or two springboks still in frame. So still a quiet moment being enjoyed here. And with the wind dying down a bit, you can start to make out those lovely big cumulus clouds that have started to form. And that is what's blocking out the sun at the moment, giving us that lovely shadow. So otherwise, there's the milling about of springbok and the odd movement of Egyptian geese that is keeping our attention. So the springboks sadly are moving further and further away, like I said. And I think slowly starting to make it towards the thickets, getting out of the wind and also some of the heat that is around. We'll just have to wait and see. Come back to where we were. A couple of springboks still dotted off in the distance there, and we're waiting on these geese to get back to foraging. Hi, African Samurai. Yes, it really is. It looks quite interesting right now with all the shady areas. But when the sun does come out, of course, it kind of highlights that green flush. And really is rather pretty. So a lovely scene here. It's great just to see how it has changed throughout the course of the day. And no complaints. So from a very peaceful scene, and it has been rather awesome spending time here in Okukuyo. It's time for us to check in again with Djuma and see what's going on there, and the hidden Talamwati breakaway pride. Let us go and see what is happening there. So, as stated, we are back in Djuma, and there's a lovely impala herd that has now decided to come and join us. We haven't yet seen or heard S8. Impala male obviously is in the area, but the impala are enjoying the shade right now. So, obviously, with it being very hot, the impala will take advantage of that. Of course, the lion doing exactly the same thing, taking advantage of the shade and resting up. They are rather full, and of course, they are on the other side of Gari Dam. So let's just have a little look here, and then we'll go and have a look in the area where the lion last were, or we saw them vanish off into. Perhaps this is that same big herd that has been around the last few days. Nice little breeding herd. Lots of lambs inside, or within it. And of course, I'm sure the lambs are going to take the option of resting right now. That kind of siesta that they will get into, a little creche that might form. Of course, for their sakes, we hope that the S8 male doesn't come down and disturb that. That would make for an interesting sighting. But, interesting just watching all the little oxpeckers on the lambs as well. Everyone in a very good condition, clearly with all the food that has been around. Some rain that is definitely needed and required at some point here. And I am going to zoom out. There's a vervet monkey I just saw running through camp there. And of course, they would probably be the first port of call with regards to the sounding of the lion alarm. And for those of you that weren't here with us earlier, the lions went into this thicket here. So behind here, we did have visual of them for some time. They came and drank with us, and they did consume an impala that was supposedly taken by the Mulwati male leopard earlier as well. So they stole his breakfast and then made their way through to here, drank at the little pan, and then at Gari Dam itself, and headed off into the thicket just behind here before getting disturbed by some elephants, although I think it was the elephants that got more disturbed. And they trumpeted off and head pretty far into the thicket over here. Clearly, it is very, very thick. And with there being a lot of shade and some nice wind, I'm sure those lions are enjoying a very peaceful siesta right now. Probably getting mobile again later on, probably towards sunset, maybe even only after. There was some contact calling as well, so there might be a chance of contact calling going on first before they do really stir, probably linking up with the S8 male. But there's a road on that side, so it's possible that they could also use that road. So what we will do is we'll go back to our impala.
Hello, my name is Melanie and I'm sitting in freezing cold Hobart, Tasmania, which is a small island off the coast of Australia. I became an explorer for Wild Earth quite a number of years ago when they first advertised the positions. I'm so excited about winning the Rockfig prize, which will be in Madikwe, and I cannot wait to have that adventure. And I thank the organisers so much for this opportunity.
So, this Impala ewe, not comfortable with drinking at the pan. As I said, I'm pretty sure can still sense and smell the lions from earlier. They did also come down to the water's edge as well at Gowrie Dam. So I think she'll probably move further along here. The wind is slowly starting to swirl a bit, and perhaps that might pull up the odd smell of the lions, who are probably around 50 meters or so. At least that's where they disappeared from sight into the bush. I'm sure just enjoying a quiet moment. It's rather hot here. The impala not the happiest at the moment. Very skittish and very alert. So I'm hoping we don't lose her as she gets to the water's edge there. Just make out her head at the moment. Perhaps she'll come further down the bank. There were a number of them that were hanging around here just now, so just have to make sure. I think she's probably just enjoying a drink just on the other side of this bank here right now. Here comes another impala. So we'll follow them both. A young ram. So we've got visual of that younger ram at the moment, so just enjoying what's going on, just watching what unfolds, because interesting dynamics, and they can clearly sense that there is something around in the area, but obviously with no sight, something interesting. So the impala just enjoying a drink, but very alert. You can see this young ram also just having a look about. So senses definitely peaked right now. Fortunately for them, they don't have the added danger of any crocodiles in the water right now. Not that we're aware of. Hippos also both having left. So it looks like this impala and that ewe coming back out. And we'll just track them as they come back towards that herd. But no lions to speak of just yet. And like I said, possibly only this evening. We'll just have to wait and see. The wind is kind of swirling around, so good for these impala being on the other side here. Of course, the clearing, setting them up, giving them the advantage for the moment. A couple of other impala coming up through the drainage line as well, and the others remaining in the shade. So another way that they will conserve energy, obviously sitting in the shade like this, ruminating, waiting for the weather to cool down. So quite cool. Let's just have a look over here, because there were a lot more lambs on the other side in this little shady patch here, and quite possible that some of them have sat down, but impala are quite alert. It looks like everyone's kind of just bunching together right now. So eyes ears and noses at the ready. And of course, a lot of space for them to move off should they need to. But sadly, this is probably the end of our adventure for today with regards to these impala and the resting lions. Of course, Cedric and James will be back here in Djuma later on, and I no doubt will follow up on the sunset safari. So do stay tuned again for that. And of course, following this is Penguin Beach. But as I said, it is sadly that time of the day, and we do have to bid everyone farewell, say cheerio. And of course, thank you again for tuning in. So do stick around for this afternoon, and do tune in again tomorrow morning, 8:30 CAT, as we escape to nature and the dance begins all over again. But again, after this is Penguin Beach, so do stay tuned. No doubt there's some interesting things to learn, see, and immerse yourself within the Western Cape. But from everyone here, thank you very much for tuning in. Thank you to the animals. Thank you to the Habitat, and of course to MC and everyone else, the other teams across the country. It has been a fantastic escape to nature. So have a very happy and restful Saturday afternoon. And if it is morning your side, a very good morning to you and a good rest of the day. But from all of us here, cheerio.